Hello, check. Hello. Uh, Dr. Nishit, am I audible? Is my voice audible? Nishit Pandey ji, Am I audible? Huh? Hello, check. Hello. Dr. Nishit, am I audible? Is my voice audible? Nishit Pandiji, am I audible? I audible, Nishi? Nishi, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Am I audible, Nishi? Okay. Nishi, am I audible?
Hello,
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please, Dr. Sanjay Pandey uh, kindly confirm Ma'am Nandini Sahu's, Vice Chancellorship, which university, please let me know. Hello, Sanjay Pandey.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Very good morning.
Very good morning. Please confirm Nandini Sahu ma'am current profile. Hello, जी sir.
He just muted himself, ना हाँ हम ये नहीं यूज कर सकते
Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey ji
Yes, sir. You are very much audible. I can hear you.
and
Yeah. Dr. Sudhir, you are very much audible. I can hear you.
yeah, our honorable Vice Chancellor has joined us, and we are ready to initiate third international.
So make sure that you are very close to the mic.
Okay,
Sometimes you are audible, and in between there's a technical glitch, I think, and the voice is cracking.
okay,
So
thanks.
let us take care of this, and there should be no noise, I think. I mean, to any kind of barrier.
A very good morning to all of you. I hope it's warm enough for you to come and be present here for this third international conference, Sustainable Global Goals in World Literature and Contemporary Studies, Remodeling Gnoseological Interlinkages. The future depends on what we do in the present. And now, on behalf of the organizing committee, we are honored to have you here, whether physically present at this hall or joining us online. This conference aims to explore the critical intersections between literature, sustainability, and knowledge systems in the modern world. We now formally begin with our inaugural session.
Let us now begin the inaugural session by invoking the blessings of divine. And to start this auspicious day, I would request all the dignitaries to come here for lighting the lamp and garlanding Ma Saraswati Vandana. Now, let us immerse ourselves in the melody of Kulgeet of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, celebrating the essence of this prestigious institution. I request everyone to stand in 2 minutes silence in the solidarity and remembrance we observe to honor the victim of killings of the minorities in Bangladesh. Thank you, everyone. Now I request our head of the department, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, to welcome the Vice Chancellor of Madan Mohan Malviya University and to honor him with the floral welcome.
I would also request, sir, to please kindly felicitate Professor Arvind Dubey, Professor of Emeritus.
I may please extend my humble request to Chairman CSA to honor the former Chairman CSA of the university. Thank you, sir. Thanks for doing this honor. In the same sequence, I may take this opportunity to request Dr. Nilima Dubey to offer a floral welcome to our current CSA chairman, Professor B.K. Pandey sir. I may take this opportunity to extend a request to Garima, guest faculty, psychology, to honor the HOD Mechanical Engineering Professor Jut Singh Saab. Garima, please. Okay, in the same sequence, I may request Garima to welcome HOD Chemistry Professor P.P. Pandey Saab. P.P. Pandey Saab, udhar, haan. We are having the blessings of our Dean Faculty Affairs, sir, and he cordially agreed to grace the occasion. And I may take this opportunity to Tanya to go and welcome our Dean Faculty Affairs, Professor U.C. Jaiswal, sir. In the same sequence, uh, we are having a resource person of the day, Prabhakar Tiwari Sahab, who spared his time even after odd problems at his home front, family front. And I may extend a request to Rajput Nitu to offer a floral welcome to our Prabhakar Tiwari sir, Professor Prabhakar Tiwari sir. I may continue to extend the request to uh, Tanya ji to offer a floral welcome to Satyanarayan ji, who is with us from the Department of Chemistry and Environment Engineering, Environment Sciences. Then, in the continuation of the same, I may request to Shivangi to go and offer a floral welcome to Abhijit Mishra ji. And similarly, Ruhina Prasad may go and offer a floral welcome to Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta ji. And we are having among us some faculty members from management department and uh, yes, sir को मैंने बोला तानिया को please पांडे. Then I may request to on other dignitaries, including from the other department, Anjali ji. You Shivangi may go there. Yes, please. So, yes, please. अच्छा ठीक ठीक हाँ हाँ ले ले
It's my privilege to invite Dr. Sudhi Narayan Singh, the convener of this conference, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Singh is a prominent academician and a researcher dedicated to fostering interdisciplinary approach in world literature and sustainable studies. Dr. Singh is an alumni of Banaras Hindu University, a bilingual poet, editor, critic, and a short story writer. Dr. Singh renders his service at various reputed Indian universities, college, and institutes as English faculty and ELT trainer. Presently, he is serving as an associate professor and head of the Department of Humanities and Social Science Department, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Gorakhpur. He contributed 60 research articles which are widely published by Indian and foreign publishers and also edited 3 books. So I welcome Dr. Sudhi Narayan Singh to deliver the welcome address.
full screen. इधर से हो जाएगा. Am I audible? Thanks for providing me this opportunity to extend the welcome address and of this conference and focusing on the purpose of the conference that we are going to host today on this 14th of December 2024. As we stand talking on sustainable global goals, before that, I would like to make a comment on current situation, and even before that, I would like to open my talk with the term earth, my earth, your earth, our earth, dear earth is the only fit planet and known planet for human lives till date. We are exploring lives on other planets, whether it is flora, fauna, or anything surviving, life is available till date, and that beauty is added by the Almighty to the earth. We who are always contradicting in our action and our, talk, the great contradiction is that once a comment is made to Mahatma Gandhi, the comment was wildlife is fast disappearing. Mahatma Gandhi aptly remarked, it is disappearing fast in jungles, but it is increasing in towns. That sentence has a maximum meaning to interpret, and we are talking about sustainable development goals. That is, we are pondering over next 2 days, we will be pondering over continuously, ceaselessly on United Nations sustainable development goals. But here, even wider, sustainable global goals. Let us talk on that. Why sustainable global goals? Because the nations who are either the part of United Nations or apart from United Nations, they are having their dreams and aspirations to meet out. And for that purpose, again, I would like to say that let us not stand on crisscross purposes with nature, because nature is a kind of computer that updates its data even in the millionth part of the second. And we cannot cheat in nature, our nature, because we are like that. We cut a tree, we prepare paper. We cut another tree, we prepare pen. We cut some more herbs, we prepare ink. And after that, with that pen, with that ink on that paper, we are writing save the nature. This is somewhere to be pondered over. Not only that, what ecological projects survive a war? Whether it is being done in the name of autonomy, in the name of freedom, in the name of expression, or what. The question is that what ecological project can survive the war? I would like to recall Emerson here, American poet, on the who said, who translated the Arth Song of Katha Upanishad, Indian Katha Upanishad, and telling that earth is singing that every day there stands a man and calling that this is my earth. But the earth is singing a song, and the $1 million question is that I have never claimed the men, that all men are mine, whether they are entering, all are entering after generation inside me, and I never stood and claimed that these all are my men. So somewhere we need to think that geopolitical boundaries, fight on the name of that, or fight in the name of, any religion can survive, sustain if earth is there. If earth is not there, what will be the fate of the any other religion? Then, while talking about sustainable global goals, United Nations identified 17 goals, and on that goals we will be pondering over that how far they are reflected in literature, how far they are reflected in film, how far they are reflected in media, how far they are coming into the being reflected in other field of the studies, maybe basic sciences, maybe engineering, or may it be management. And we are lucky that to create an inaugural forum that is having on its dais, we are having people from field of literature, people from field of basic sciences, people from field of engineering and technocrats, and that's what is a celebrational panel we are having today as the inaugural host from the Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, and our chief guest, chief patron also of the inaugural session, Professor JP Sani sir. I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants across the countries, though who showed their concern to deliberate upon this. We are having amongst us management, HOD management, also right now, Professor S.C. Jaiswal Sahab, I can see, and we are having such a nice forum and gathering all across the world. Sustainability officer from University of East London will be joining and deliberating on this forum. Then we will be having a cultural ambassador from the University of North Carolina, and other many more celebrational speaker, those who are leading from the forefront, including Professor Nandini Sahu ma'am, who is very recently joined as the vice chancellor of a language university in West Bengal, state of West Bengal. With this forum, extend its congratulations to you, Professor Nandini Sahu ma'am, and kindly acknowledge our congratulations from the forum of the team of this conference. Above board, what we are going to talk, that how can we develop there be hunger and we can celebrate the sustainable growth. How can there be poverty and the global goals may be celebrated, or how we can be a developed nation. India is also aspiring to become a developed nation in the year 2047. And I know that our goals are well aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal that United Nations is dreaming and aspiring to make it possible in the year by the year 2035. But at the same time, we need to focus, we need to ponder over that how literature is, criticizing and looking at all these things, how we cannot what kind of earth we are going to hand over to the coming generations, whether if wars are going on this earth, any kind of discussion on sustainable growth and sustainability, is a cheating with the nature and is a cheating with the generations yet to come. And for that purpose, I we I welcome from here President, the Achievers Foundation, Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey, and I also welcome the patron of this conference, who is joining us from uh, LNJH Girls College, Una Girls College Una, and we have been partners since last 3 years, and with your partnership we are growing. I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to our chief patron, who is cordially agreed, not only agreed to be our chief guest, rather he promoted me every time that you go, plan, organize, execute. And it's because of him this time we are hosting this conference with this label. I would like to bring to the forum that we are having, sir, delegate from 7 nations, from Turkey, Uzbekistan, Kenya, Nigeria, UK, and above board USA also. And we all Indians are there. We talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole earth has a family, and for that purpose, we think that Ayam Nija Paroveti Garna Lagu Chetasha Mudar Charitanam to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole earth is a family. But my vice chancellor made a comment the day he joined this campus. I still can recall, if sir you are remembering it, that humanity is in crisis. Definitely, humanity is in crisis, and it will be until and unless humankinds are not going to be magnanimous in their thought, in their opinion. Why is it so? I would like to quote Y.S. Rajanji, who with APJ Abdul Kalam Sahab wrote a book, and his another book talks about humankind and human behavior. That book is talking that sometimes animals also fight. They do kill also, but they don't use weapons to kill their own species. The mankind has human beings have killed their own species in for various reasons since the beginning of the civilization, human civilization, and that is where comes the question of humanity is in crisis. Many birds, many species, many kind of fishes, they have gone extinct or they are at the verge of extinct. Earth doesn't belong only to human being. It also belong to the flora, fauna, life in water, life below the earth and above the earth. Then where is their share? They are also the part of the family. We talk about global village life for mankind. Do we ever consider them as a fellow live persons, live entities on this earth? Vultures are now becoming clawless. They are about to be extinct because mankind is clueless. If vultures are becoming clawless because we all are clueless how to provide their share on this earth, how to make them also lead their life, and in terms of industrialization, in terms of massive globalization, in the race of proving ourselves global leader, somewhere we are doing injustice to other fellow live living beings on this earth, and we are mad about our progress. No progress can be anti earth. If we want to survive on this earth, then if we want to progress, we can need is there to learn how to live with nature and in coherence with them. That is where again I welcome all the dignitaries and delegates, and this conference is seeking the blessings of all the scholars all across the globe, and we need that this will not remain only in the boundary of talk or papers. It will transcend beyond, and with that hope, with that wishes, I congratulate all the participants as convener of the program, and I welcome all the guests, all the dignitaries of our university, our CSA, ITRC chairman, CSA chairman, Dean Faculty Affair, and our former head humanities, and then physics department, HOD former and CSA chairman, everybody, and extend welcome to the management HOD, and I extend welcome to mechanical engineering department head and our very own honorable Vice Chancellor sir, who even at the tight schedule spared time to be with us. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being with us. Thanks a lot. We last but not the least, I extend my thank to Professor Tiwari sir, Prabhakar Tiwari sahab, whose father is ill and not well, but he said that I will be the part of this conference, and even making arrangement at at a hospital, and he is here to fulfill his commitment. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your kind gesture. That's where humanities falls.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Nilima to present a floral welcome to our welcome address conveyor, Dr. Sudhi Narayan Singh. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Raj Kumar, Principal of Lala Jagat Narayan Himotikash Government Girls Degree College, Himachal Pradesh, to deliver the patron's address. Dr. Raj Kumar has a profound academic career dedicated to empowering education at the grassroots level and fostering inclusive learning. We welcome you, sir, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Uh, Chief Patron, Vice Chancellor of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Professor Jayaprakash Saini ji, Dr. Prabhakar Tiwari, Dean, Associate Professor, Dr. Sanjay Prahlad Pandey ji, Chairperson of this conference, Convener Sudhir Narayan ji, Organizing Secretary Dr. Raman Jaswal ji, eminent professors, resource persons, authors, participants from India and abroad. Uh, I deem it an honor for my institution to be one of the host partner of these 2 days international conference on sustainable global goals. In the modern time of the institute, the higher education are not limited to the academics only, but they have also to play a significant role in promoting research and innovation so that the problems and the issue faced by the people and society may be resolved. The theme of the present conference, Global Goals, is one of the major issue the world needs to address. This issue has been taken by the United Nations organization in its resolution of 2015. Sir, I'm confident that this conference will certainly go a long way to find a way out in addressing these challenges. I congratulate the organizing committee of the 2 days international conference. This is for the second consecutive year that our college is organizing an international conference of this magnitude. The present conference is quite special as this is being organized in collaboration with two renowned institutions, thus promoting the culture of collaborative working and mutual learning. The conference is being held in online mode. The participation of a large number of participants, both from India and abroad, give me a sense of satisfaction and assurance that our efforts in organizing this conference have borne fruits. I am sure that for all the participants of this conference, it will be an intellectually stimulating and knowledge enriching experience. With this, I extend my best wishes to the organizing committee and all the participants for this academic endeavor. And I especially thanks organizing secretary Dr. Raman Jaswal, Professor HOD of English Department of our college. Thank you very much, all the participants.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, the conference chair, to present the concept note. Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey is an accomplished academic in the field of English literature and language, currently serving as an associate professor in the Department of English at Lovely Professional University, Punjab. With over 15 years of teaching experience, Professor Pandey is known for his expertise in literature, language, and culture studies. An active researcher and a scholar, he has presented numerous papers at national and international conferences and has a strong publication record, including multiple research papers and 8 books. His academic pursuit reflects his deep engagement with the interplay of language and culture narrative. We welcome you, sir, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such an extensive introduction. Uh, First of all, I, Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, on behalf of the Achievers Foundation and my own behalf, would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Dr. J.P. Saini, Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Nandini Sahu, who is recently appointed as the Vice Chancellor of Hindi University, West Bengal, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Hindi University, West Bengal, Dr. Rajkumar, Principal, Lala Jagat Narayan Himutkar's Government Girls Degree College, Kotla Khurd, District Una, Himachal Pradesh, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Yadav ji, Professor and Associate Dean, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, Varsha Srivastav ji, Miss Varsha Srivastav ji, who is Sustainable Officer in University of East London. And then we have a renowned film director and producer with us, Shubhanshu Satyadev ji. Then I would also like to welcome the Indian poet and critic, Professor Saran Kumar Limbale sir. Then Professor T. Marks, Head Department of English, Pondicherry University. Dr. Adil Zafar, Visiting Faculty and Cultural Ambassador at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hills, USA. Our convener of the conference, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir. The organizing secretary of this third international conference titled Sustainable Global Goals in World Literature in Contemporary Studies, Remodeling Gnoseological Interlinkages, Professor Raman Jaswal, all the participants from India and abroad. In recent years, the discourse surrounding sustainable global development has increasingly permeated various academic fields, including literature and contemporary studies. This interdisciplinary conference aims to explore the nuanced connections between sustainable global goals and gnoseological, I mean to say epistemological frameworks as portrayed in world literature and contemporary studies. By examining how literature and contemporary narratives engage with and contribute to the understanding and promotion of sustainable development goals, the present conference seeks to highlight their potential to inspire action and shape global consciousness. The objective of this conference is interdisciplinary exploration, which will definitely foster dialogue and collaboration among scholars, researchers, and practitioners from diverse fields, including literature, cultural studies, sociology, environmental studies, and beyond. Critical engagement, if I talk about, it will definitely encourage the critical examination of the ways in which literature and contemporary narratives conceptualize and represent sustainable global goals, offering insights into cultural perceptions and responses. Moreover, if I talk about the impact and the advocacy of this particular title of this conference, it will explore the role of literature and contemporary studies in advocating for and advancing sustainable development, focusing on how narratives can influence public perception and policy making. And This remodeling Gnoseological interlinkages will definitely investigate how Gnoseological frameworks within literature and contemporary studies can be remodeled to better reflect and address global challenges, fostering innovative approaches to knowledge production and dissemination. And now I would like to talk about the themes of this international conference, that is, literary perspectives on sustainability. Analysis of literary texts that engage with environmental, social, and economic dimensions of sustainability. Cultural narratives and sustainable development, that is another theme which will examine which will be an examination of how cultural narratives shape attitudes towards sustainable development goals on a global scale. Then digital humanities and global consciousness. Exploration of digital platforms and methodologies in studying Gnoseological interlinkages within contemporary narratives and their impact on global consciousness is another theme of this conference. Ethics, equity, and social justice. So, discussion on ethical considerations, equity issues, and social justice within the context of sustainable development narratives will also be discussed in this conference. So, the conference welcomes contributions from scholars, researchers, practitioners, and graduate students engaged in the study of literature, contemporary studies, cultural studies, environmental studies, digital humanities, and related fields. So, talking about the expected outcomes of this international conference, publication of selected papers in a special issue of a peer reviewed journal will be the main highlight. Rather, we this is what we do. If I talk about the first international conference, it was published in book. And yes, of course, if I talk about the second international conference, all the papers were reviewed and it was sent to the international journal titled the Achievers Journal, Journal of English Language, Literature and Culture. So the papers of second international conference has been or have been published in this journal. So, to conclude, the international conference on this sustainable global goals in world literature and contemporary studies, remodeling Gnoseological interlinkages, aims to facilitate a dynamic exchange of ideas and perspectives, contributing to the global dialogue on sustainable development by examining the intersections between literature, contemporary studies, and sustainable global goals. The conference seeks to inspire innovative approaches and foster meaningful change towards a more sustainable future. So, once again, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each international conference, and thank you very much for inviting me to deliver this concept note. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are thrilled to announce the release of the e-souvenir and combined issue of the archival journal, a repository of valuable research insight. The archival journal is an open access, editorial reviewed quarterly international research journal which covers erudite, pragmatic, and contemporaneous research in the field of English language, literature, and culture. All the articles published in the archival journal are available online for download after the publication. It is indexed in Dodge, Base, ResearchGate, WorldCat, Google Scholar, and many more indexing database in research and libraries.
Hello.
I hope the e-souvenir is visible on screen, and this e-souvenir is visible on screen.
Yes,
So
sir, it is.
now, yeah. So now this e-souvenir will be shared with all the participants and delegates, and I would request the conference secretary Dr. Sudhi Narayan Singh to make it, Dr. Raman Kumar to make it available to each and every participant and the delegates, the e-souvenir now on different platforms, maybe first of all on WhatsApp. And now, as I was talking about that, the papers, they are published in this journal, the Achievers Journal, Journal of English Language, Literature and Culture. Uh, in this journal, so you can get it, get the soft copy of this journal as well as the hard copy of the journal. Maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow, it will be available. And moreover, I want to say one thing about this international journal, the Achievers Journal, Journal of English Language, Literature and Culture, that it is indexed in different indexing databases. But at the same time, I would like to say that this journal is indexed in DOAJ, that is Directory of Open Access Journal. And when you talk about the journals in the field of English literature, they are very rare or rarely indexed. So if you visit a directory of open access journal, there are only a few journals which are indexed in directory of open access. So among these few, the Achievers Journal is also a journal which has been indexed by directory of open access. And moreover, this journal is under evaluation in Web of Science, and hopefully it will be indexed in Web of Science by Clarivate Analytics in a couple of months or maybe 1 or 2 months. We are optimistic about it. So this journal will be available or will be rather indexed in Web of Science in a few months. So thank you very much for sharing this information. Uh, Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I hope everyone gets their hand on this journal.
Before we move further, we have a Gorakhpur-based movie, that Bollywood movie that made it mark in Cannes Film Festival last year, sir, and top 10 listed from India. So we have to release the trailer of that movie, and we will be showing the trailer from our place. This movie is fully, recorded and shooted in Gorakhpur. So Saksham, name of the movie is Saksham, and name of the film director is Subhanshu Satyadev.
And moreover, sir, I would like to share one thing. The producer and director of this movie, Subhanshu Satyadev ji, is available with us, and definitely we have a special section, or rather, I would say, special session by Subhanshu Satyadev ji here on this forum.
he is available and he will be.
Yes.
Only need we need
Yeah.
to contact him
And
and share other. But as per schedule, our
yeah,
honorable
definitely.
chief patron will be after the trailer release.
Right, right. No problem, sir. So, and that's an honor for us that the producer and director himself is with us today.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, please silence. Trailer is going to be released.
We request all the online members to please mute yourselves for a smooth functioning of the video that we are about to present. Thank you all. We may now start.
Uh, Dr. Sudhir, there is some technical glitch. It's not visible to the online participants. So allow
Wait a
us.
minute. Wait a minute.
Okay, okay,
Okay,
okay,
we are connecting. शेयर करिए
okay.
उसको वीडियो शेयरिंग पे जाइए वहां से.
Yeah, please share with the online participants also. It's not visible to us.
Okay. Is it shared? Is this shared?
We have some other links, sir, not visible yet.
पहले वाला बंद करो. सारे बंद करो एकदम. इसको क्लोज करो. ये शेयर. नहीं वो वीडियो नहीं चाहिए. वो तो दिख रहा है जो उसमें ना उसको बदलो. Is it shared? Some image is being visible.
Yes, 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 yes. Now it's visible, sir. It's visible.
Okay.
अच्छा जी, इसको 2 मिनट दे दीजिए जरा सा। खींच दे, छोड़ो छोड़ो छोड़ो, कॉन्फ्रेंस है ना। नहीं, अभी तो शायद लाइट की बात है।
Thanks for viewing it, and thanks
Sudhir
for being.
sir, Sudhir
Yes,
sir,
yes.
for the online viewers, I'm really sorry, but there was a lot of technical glitch and we could not hear anything, and the video clips were somewhere interrupted in between. So we'll have to in between, right? Will in between if when
Okay,
you get
if the
time. So
time permits, we will run it
yeah,
before
definitely,
closing.
definitely. So it was no for actually the online viewers they were not able to enjoy the same because there was no a lot of commotion or rather noise, and in between it resulted into a kind of barrier. So my humble request should be played once again for the online viewers. And yes, of course, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to Shubhanshu Satyadev ji. He has joined and is visible on screen. And sir, welcome, sir. Welcome. Welcome to the third international conference, ELLC 2024. Over to you, Sudhir, sir. Over to you.
Babu Satyadevi, unmute.
We regret the inconvenience caused. We'll be definitely sharing the link of the teaser and the trailer with you. All the online members could view it. And now we have amongst us Subhanshu ji. Please, if you could tell us something about the trailer.
Yeah, my voice is audible.
Yes, you are, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, this film is based on rat pickers, the underprivileged children. These children their dream is to become something in their life. So it is all about. I'm very sorry that I think that trailer was like the resolution was bit high, so that was not able. You were not able to play it properly. Were into remote areas, so they were not able to go to and do to school, and they were not able to access this the education properly. There were lack of school supplies. They cannot afford basic education because of books, notebooks, uniforms, stationaries were not there properly, and they were not able to access it because of the financial problems. They had there were some poor quality education because of unfunded the government were not able to give them properly this funds to these kids, and we saw a lot of kids they were into child uh, labor and all. So we saw many kind of problems these kids were facing over there. So accordingly we made this film, and the trailer was in front of few people. uh, I don't have much to speak on it on this because like
We
my
understand, sir. You're there for the keynote speaker number 3, so we leave you for that.
thank sorry.
You are titled as keynote speaker 3 at 12:45. If you could join us back,
You for the complete speech. Okay, you may continue.
or if we would like you to continue, whatever suits you the best.
No, it's completely okay. I just wanted to because it was very knowledge enriching experience, and because there are so many senior people are sitting in front of me, so I'm really lack of words. Uh, Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to speak something in front of such senior people.
Satyadevji, complete your talk, please. Please
Sir,
go on. Okay.
sir, just wanted to share a few more things. When we went to that place, we saw there were high dropouts rates over there, because of financial pressure. Uh, because they were working in the field because to support their family. There were some health issues also with their family. Due to early marriage also, these kids were not able to go to school. Some girls, they were into early marriage. There were some stigma also, uh, lack of parent support also. Psychological issues were there. uh, some students were some kids were very distant from the school. Gender inequality was there. There were many cases which we saw that kids were not able to access because of these major points and major things. Because of these constraints, they were not able to access the education. Some had this lack of awareness also. And what we think that government should take it very seriously, because there is around more than 70 lakhs kids, they were not able to go to school still in India. So we made this film accordingly, and after the doing a lot of research, we made this film. Thank you for sir, giving this opportunity to me, and it was really nice to speak something in front of such beautiful audience.
So even I cannot resist my temptation of thanking Shubhanshu Satyadevji, who is young, energetic, and result-oriented director with 22 years of experience, with diverse roles in television media arena, persuasive communicator with exceptional relationship management skills, with the ability to relate to people at any level of business and management. So, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. And really, any word means really we are falling short of words to thank you to spare your valuable time and join us in this third international conference. Sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
This forum extends congratulations and best wishes for your upcoming films as well. That is, you are making on probably Akshay Chin, and
Thank you, sir.
then this movie also made a mark in Cannes in France, Cannes Film Festival. So many more achievements are yet to come, and you belong to Gorakhpur. That is our pride, and you are taking the subject. Most of them are untouched yet, and to be deliberated in future. For your future endeavors, we extend our best wishes to you and all your good works that may make a mark whatsoever you want to achieve and whatsoever you want to get, be enriched in your future.
Thank you very much, sir. And it was really knowledge enriching experience. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll be celebrating him for his meaningful storytelling that bridges social consciousness and artistic expression. Moving on, and I am Shivangi, your hostess for the noon. And before I begin, I would like all of you to please welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor with a huge round of applause for sparing us the time, energy to be here with us. And although he keeps adding feathers to his cap, I would still like to read a brief note for you. It is a privilege to introduce an esteemed academician and exemplary leader, Professor Jayaprakash Saini, who currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. He has assumed this prestigious office on September 27, 2023, bringing with him a legacy of excellence in academics, research, and administrative leadership. His career is a testament to his unwavering dedication to the advancement of technical education. He has been a guiding force behind several faculty development initiatives and student training programs, and he has delivered keynote addresses and chaired technical sessions at various international and national conferences. Today, as the Vice Chancellor of Madan Mohan Malviya Institute of Technology, he has continued to lead with vision and integrity, and it is because of this vision that we jumped from 251 to 84th in the NIRF rankings. I would like all of you to please give applause for that. And further, it is an honor to welcome such a distinguished person between us. Please join me in expressing our gratitude and admiration for him. So I would like you to please come up with the welcome note.
Before sir occupies the podium, one thing that with the effort of sir, we are for the first time in World QS ranking and below 100. Over to sir. Below 1,000.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, madam. Dr. Rajkumar, Principal LJNH Government Girls Degree College, Himachal Pradesh. Dr. Sanjay Prashad Pandey, Conference Chair. Mr. Subhashu Satyadev, filmmaker, preparing very emotional movie, Saksham, touching the very burning issue of the society. So today's, along with the faculty members on the dais, Professor Arjun Dubey ji, Dr. V.K. Pandey ji, Professor Jeev Singh ji, Dr. Sudhir Narayan ji, other faculty members of the university staff and researchers, faculty members, students, and dear participants who are attending this conference online mode. So this topic, actually, even yesterday I was too busy, so I could not see the topic of the conference. But I know Dr. Sudhir Narayan ji is doing a great job. This is third international conference here in my tenure. Even in 14 months, he has done wonderful job of presenting the international conferences and jointly with other institutions. So this is great networking idea he is showing. So as the topic, sustainable global goals in the world literature and contemporary studies. So this topic is really very relevant to the society nowadays because UN has decided 17 goals, sustainable development goals. Even universities are having the responsibility to work on these goals because universities are the place where we educate the young minds, the students who come at the age of around 17 to 25, between that, so they can helpful because this conference, thus launching the e-souvenir, this is excellent idea and first time I have seen, in fact, I can say. So e-souvenir, normally it reduce the wastage of hair, as we can say paper, and once you will reduce the wastage, that means you are saving the earth, you are saving the trees. So this is also one of the important goal, sustainable goal. How not, so these sustainable goals which are decided not only for the human being, for all living and non-living entities, they must be preserved here in the universe, not only at the earth, but in complete universe. So maintaining this topic is really very much interesting and interdisciplinary in nature because by this e-souvenir, this is a part of technology. By the technology, we can, how can we contribute to the Earth, how can we save and how can we maintain? How can we reduce the poverty? Because one of the important goal is no poverty, no hunger, health, wellness, hygiene, so gender diversity. So these are a lot of things which we have to work out, and university may be the best place here to help in this case. And even different ranking systems like QS ranking, Times Higher ranking. So they are working and deciding the ranking of the university on this. How can we help here? How can we reduce the energy and how can we utilize the non-conventional energy sources here to save that? So I hope this topic of the conference will help to the researcher, and I hope like this conference and department will work for publications of the journal papers here, best papers in some of the your SSCI journals like social science index journals and in other relevant, so they can work along with the technology partners here, because humanities, because as the name stated, humanities means to work for the humanity. So only this is the department which can work for the society. So I congratulate Professor Sudhir Narayanji and his team for deciding this wonderful topic for the conference. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for for enlightening us and supporting the conference with your kind words. We now proceed to the much awaited keynote speeches. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Prabhakar Tiwari, Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering, Madan Mohan Malviya University, Gorakhpur.
So, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, experts on the dais and connected online, esteemed professors, organizing team participants such as scholars and dear students, a very good morning. First of all, I would like to wish you a very, very happy National Energy Conservation Day. On this day, India celebrates its Energy Conservation Day. As once Gandhiji said, the earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. Energy conservation and sustainability, it has a very important link. As I was requested to speak on this energy conservation issue, so they are crucially, it is linked and very important for our existence today. With the world facing climate change, depleting resources, and rising energy demands, we need to act and thank you. So we need to act accordingly. Today, I will talk about energy conservation. We know as its role is vital in the sustainability and how each of us can contribute to this global mission. We know energy conservation refers to the practices of using energy more efficiently and avoiding waste. Its significance lies in three key aspects: environmental protection, resource preservation, and economic savings. The sustainability means meeting the need of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their energy, because this energy conservation reduces the requirement of the fossil fuels and promotes the transition to renewable energy resources like solar, wind, and hydro. Efficient energy use minimizes environmental degradation, supporting biodiversity and ecosystems, and it aligns with the global mission of the United Nations on the Sustainable Development Goals. Next is practical steps to conserve the energy. We know at our home we can do a lot by switching off the energy efficient appliances like LED bulbs. Then unplug the devices which are not in use to avoid phantom energy consumption, and use of programmable thermostat for the energy efficiency and cooling systems. At work, we can turn off the lights and computers when it is not in use. We encourage remote work wherever possible and reduce the energy consumption and emission from the computing. Then lifestyle change, which is required to reduce the energy consumption, like use public transport, carpool, and switch to electric vehicles, reduce, reuse, and recycle to minimize waste of the energy used in production. And my quotation in the innovation and driving sustainability, we have several things to do like renewable energy uses, energy storage, and smart grid, which India is working on it very well. Countries like Germany, Denmark, and India are setting examples by investing in the renewable energy and promoting efficiency through policies and incentives. We know we have introduced star rating and doing a lot in this uh, aspect. India is ranked fourth globally in renewable energy installation, following the China and United States and Germany. Today, India has 40% of installed capacity, which is coming from non-fossil fuel resources, and India has become the global leader in the solar energy, achieving over 20 times growth in solar capacity in last decade. Additionally, India is actively pursuing ambitious renewable energy target, aiming for the 500 gigawatt of renewable capacity by 2030, and is known for its leadership in the International Solar Alliance. There are several other steps taken by Government of India like plastic waste management and single-use plastic, afforestation and conservation measures like plantation of the uh, trees at various occasions, we know, and electric vehicles, which India is pursuing at a very fast rate, and finally, sustainable agriculture. There are so many things to work on this, and the fight for the sustainable future is a collective responsibility where you are a policymaker, educator, entrepreneur, or a student. You have a role to play. Adopt energy saving practices, advocate for clean energy policy, and inspire others to join the cause. Every small action counts. So, I would like to conclude with, in conclusion, energy conservation is not just about saving power, it's about securing the future where humanity can thrive without compromising the planet. Sustainability begins with the choices we make today. So let us choose wisely. Together we can build a world that balances development with environmental stewardship, ensuring prosperity and generations to come. I would like to conclude with a very famous quote: "The earth is what we all have in common. Let us protect it together." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words. We now have as keynote speaker two Varsha Srivastav, sustainability professional from United Kingdom. Ma'am, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So before we proceed, I would like to give a brief bio note of Varsha Srivastav. She's a sustainability professional who started her journey 3 years ago, intending to work towards putting environmental well-being at the heart of everyday decision-making processes for individuals and organizations. She has devoted about 2.5 years working in the higher education industry since. In 2021, she got selected to finish her master's in sustainability from the University of Southampton, one of the top 30 universities of UK. She later started as a sustainability officer at the University of East London after finishing her degree. Her key areas of work are sustainable travel, waste and sustainability in construction, energy and carbon, food, water and biodiversity, and green space. Working in one of the anchor institutions in East London, she has also collaborated with the Greater London Authority, the local council of Newham, the Mayor of London office, and NGOs to develop a synchronized climate action and sustainability strategy for the whole of East London. I would request the audience to please give a huge round of applause to welcome our speaker. Welcome, ma'am.
Before, sorry for hindrance. Varsaji, before you speak, here is a very small formality that is pending, and our guest is about to depart. So I may request the Dean of Faculty Affairs, to honor the formal CSA chairman and HOD Applied Science Department, former head, Professor Arjun Dubey sir, by offering a shawl. So kindly pardon me, as sir has a commitment and a immediate meeting, so we have to do it. So I hope you won't mind. So
No,
please,
no.
I may request Professor UC Jaiswal sir, Dean of Faculty Affairs, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, to honor Professor Arjun Dubey Saab by offering us all. सर थोड़ा कैमरे में आ जाए, किधर गया? Yes, Varsha ji, over to you.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, first of all. I would really like to talk about what we do here and like what's the sustainability landscape right now, how are people reporting on it, like how are we reporting our progress and how we are trying to get there with practical, actionable steps. And this is my topic of discussion today. Some of it, it's going to be really technical. And when I discuss my slides, I'll point it out that this is a technical slide, so you don't need to read all of it. I'll just explain briefly what it means, and then we'll move forward. So today I will talk about sustainability in general, like discuss some climate change topics, what are we facing today, why we are doing this. My job as a sustainability professional didn't exist 10 to 15 years ago, and why we have sustainability teams and professionals now, climate change and sustainability in higher education context in the UK. So I don't know much about Indian universities, but I do have an idea about universities in the United Kingdom. What are they doing? What is their best practice? Perhaps when like we have a group of like higher education sector that's like collects data on higher education sector, they would start focusing more on Indian universities as well. But without further ado, let's start. Let me share my slides. If you can't see the slides, just let me know. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Not yet, ma'am.
Uh,
Yeah, now we can.
Okay. Right. Okay, so this is what I'm going to discuss today: sustainability, net zero, and higher education sector. If you have any questions in the middle of the presentation, please save them for the end because I can only see my screen. I can't see the meeting chat. So yeah, save them for the end, and I'll answer your questions at the end. Today, my name is Varsha. I'm a sustainability officer for engagements and net zero delivery at University of East London. This is my email if you want to get in touch with me for further questions. So today's presentation will cover overview of sustainability and climate change. Then the second topic would be sustainability reporting. How do we actually report on our impact and what frameworks do we use to do that? Then the third one would be current sustainability projects at University of East London. Like what are the practical things we are doing every day at the university to reduce our impact? And the fourth one is the key for the universities. How can students get involved with sustainability? So there are a couple of ways to do that. And then I will also talk about sustainability in Indian context. I picked it up from one of our like Indian lecturers that works in the university. So it'd be good to discuss what's happening in India in terms of like environmental laws and compliances. So overview of sustainability and climate change. So setting the scene, the drivers of climate action are what we already know: increasing global mean average temperature, sea level rise.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. I think the slides are not moving.
Oh, okay, wait. Let me share it.
You just see the front page with the title. Yes. That's the second.
Are they moved now?
Yeah, yes.
Can you see them moving now?
Yes, we see the fifth slide. We see the fifth slide, setting the scene, drivers to climate action.
Okay, can you see them moving now? No.
No.
Oh, okay.
You could just click on the relevant one.
Yeah, okay. Let me just, because I was trying to go into like the screen sharing, but I think I just, yeah.
No, we see it now, Paris Agreement and UN Sustainable Development Goals.
Okay. Let me go back to my first. Yeah. Okay. Can you see my fifth slide now?
Yes, we can see your fifth slide.
Okay, setting the scene. Okay. So setting the scene, drivers for climate action. Why are we doing what we are doing? Increasing global mean average temperature, sea level rise, population pressure. It's going to be 10 billion people by 2050. We are facing struggle handling 7.8 billion to start with, and the freshwater demand will exceed supply by 40% by 2030. It's not very far away. 55% of the global population lives in cities, and it will grow to about 70% by 2050, which is a huge shift in the urban demands for water, for energy, for electricity, everything. So 7 in 10 people would be living in cities. Wildlife populations have declined in average by 69% in the past 50 years. And the last point would be like in 2020, we overused our planet's resources by 75%. That is, we used 1.75 Earth to meet our demands, which we don't have. We just have one planet Earth. So this is why we are doing what we are doing. And yeah, it's so important to get to it. The second bit would be is like the legal bits. So under the Paris Agreement COP 2015, it's a legally binding international treaty on climate change mitigation, adaptation, and finance. It has been signed by 196 nations, including India. And its goal is to limit the global average temperature increase below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. If somebody needs to know the actual definition of like pre-industrial levels, then they can go and check it out on Google. And they are also pursuing efforts to limit it below 1.5 degrees Celsius, if that's possible. So the second bit of compliance would be UN Sustainable Development Goals. So the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by United Nations member states in 2015. Again, India has signed this as well. So this is a blueprint of peace, prosperity, 17 SDGs, 169 targets, and 232 indicators. And yeah, so these are our little bits. So latest on climate change, this is the most recent report by World Meteorological Organization. In the last 9 months, from January to September, the global average temperature has already increased to 1.54 degrees Celsius, which was the Paris Agreement target. We have crossed it briefly. We have not caused long-term disturbance in the climate systems, but we have crossed that limit already. And the past 10 years have been warmest on record, and ocean heat is rising as well. Antarctic sea ice is the lowest on record, and the Arctic region is warming 2 times faster than the global average. And about the CO2 levels in the atmosphere, they are about 420 ppm right now. And it used to be 280 ppm before 1850s when the industrialization actually started. So there is a strong proof that this climate change is human caused. It's not something that's a natural phenomenon. Just to take a brief look at United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: no poverty, zero hunger. So you can go and read them all, what they mean for organizations. Then we come to sustainability, briefly describing what sustainability is. This is, the first definition is sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It was developed in 1986. And yeah, this was the first definition and one of the most used definitions, but it has kind of lost temper with the changing times. So we don't use this definition anymore. The new definition is more holistic. It includes environmental health, social equity, economic vitality, and diversity, resilient communities. So it's very holistic. The first definition was also quite critiqued, literature, people sitting here. So the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations. What are those needs? The needs of the people living in USA are very different from the needs living in the people in India. So we can't compare the needs of the people and what future generations are you talking about? We are future generations. This definition was introduced in 1986. So there was a lot of critique to the first definition. That's why the second one came about. Sustainability reporting landscape. So this is quite common. This is not something that we follow in UK. It's even like the sustainability reporting landscape in India. So it's mostly focused around, let me zoom in. Let me the first one, shit. So reporting standards, we have a lot of reporting standards. You'll get lost in these reporting standards, frameworks. It basically gives you a highlight of requirements of what you have to report on, like your energy, your waste, your transport, and how do you have to report on it, like some guidance and recommendation. They are all very different for different sectors. For higher education sector, I'll discuss like in the next slide what we do, but this is just an overview for corporate sector. Second bit is, sorry, let me zoom it out. So environmental legislation in the UK, so Climate Change Act 2008, net zero by 2050, that's their like publicly declared target. They're going to go net zero by 2050. That's why they're putting pressure on subsequent corporate organizations to also go net zero. Then we have the Environmental Act of 2021, which sets like long-term legally binding environmental targets, air quality, biodiversity, etc., etc. Let me quickly move on to what we do at University of East London about our projects and how we look at sustainability at in a higher education sector in the UK. So we do have an organizational strategic vision, which all mostly universities have. I don't know about like MMU, but yeah, mostly all universities have their own strategic vision. And sustainability is one very core part of our strategic vision, and that has been put there very intentionally because we wanted to make it very important for all the stakeholders in the university. The sustainability reporting requirements in higher education sector, why do they have a sustainability team? Because they have to report on it legally to other organizations. So we do have our annual sustainability report, which we publish annually. It's declared publicly to highlight our sustainability actions, impacts, and outcomes for the previous year. Then we have to report to the government of UK via streamlined energy carbon reporting. And we also have to report to Higher Education Statistics Agency, which is like the main public body for all the higher education data collection. Then one of the most important ones is, and one of the most recent ones is Times Higher Education SDG reporting rankings. So we have also started reporting for Times Higher Impact rankings. So it assesses like data sets from universities on sustainable development goals and what are they doing as a university to address these goals, what is their impact, what are their action plans, etc. And the last one is ISO 14001, which is an environmental management systems, which provides a framework for university to monitor and reduce its environmental impact. So we did have an ISO 14001 accreditation like 10 years ago at the university, but we lost it because we stopped reporting on it. But we are trying to regain it back again. It's very hard to regain it because you have to show a lot of compliances in order to get that. Everything fine for now? Can people hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Everything is fine. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to go into the technical bits now because not because I wanted to highlight what the university is doing, but because I know eventually that everybody will have to do it, whether you're sitting in India or in Thailand or whether you're sitting in UK. We have started doing reporting on our carbon emissions, but everybody will have to do it eventually. Something that we use to report our carbon emissions is called greenhouse gas protocol standards. These are tools to help entities to track progress against like carbon targets. So we have three types of emissions, carbon emissions. One is scope 1, that is the direct impact of the university, like energy. Scope 2 is more like something that is outsourced, like transport. And scope 3 is the biggest piece of the pie, which includes waste, water, student and staff travel, fuel, So those kind of stuff. I'll just yeah, I'll brush through the technical bits. I'll not confuse you. But this is what we have to report on, and this is what everybody else reports on as well. Eventually, universities will have to do it as well. Um, So, University of East London has Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and the total Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions are 4,000 tons. And then we have the Scope 3, which is like about 86,000 tons. We have not even calculated a lot of these categories because we didn't have data on them. But yeah, it's the biggest piece of the pie you'll see here. So scope 1 is 1745, scope 2 is 2196, and scope 3 is 86,000, which mainly comes from our supply chains. And we have not quantified all of these emissions because we didn't have enough data. And sustainability at UEL, like how do we see sustainability at the university? Apart from all the top-down approach of putting it in the strategic vision, we don't see it's something as a sustainability team thing. It's something that the whole university has to do in order to get to the point where we call ourselves sustainable. So it's about involving the whole UEL community, which is staff, students, contractors, foreign exchange students, take advantage of the skills and knowledge that the university produces in terms of research, teaching, and we also look at higher education peers for best practice. What are they doing in order to meet sustainability goals? And that's what we do as well. So university's net zero strategy is comprised of four key pillars: place, people, policy, and practice. I'll just highlight what they mean. So in place, we have energy and carbon management, green space, waste, water, construction. In people, staff and student engagement, community engagement, in terms of policy, procurement, inclusivity, practice, we have teaching, sustainable development, research, monitoring, governance, and leadership. That's the key part as well. Like in terms of practice, who is actually governing sustainability from the top at the university is also key. Current projects, yeah. So I think projects are a fun bit. Yeah, you'll see what we actually do practically at the university in order to reduce our impact. So we do have, this is one of like the Google Maps where we have made a map on Google where you'll see all the sustainability points on campus, where are our EV charging stations, water bottle refill stations, solar panels, where will you find the bike parkings, where will you find the bus stop, where will you find the community garden, and where will you find the recycling points. So we have put it on a map so that people find it easy to find those resources. Then this finished just like 4 months ago, solar PV installations. So we have installed solar panels on 15 buildings on our campus. And it's going to provide 10% of our total electricity consumption, which is not much. So we need to do more. And we are also working on installing LED lighting across all our buildings. And we are also upgrading our building management systems, which basically means we can control the various aspects of our buildings, like energy use, heating, etc. This is estimated to reduce our carbon emissions by 10%, which is not much, but we need to do more. Then we recently installed electric vehicle chargers on our campus. This is just for one campus. They reduce carbon emissions, improve air quality. And this may sound a bit advanced because EVs in India is not very prominent right now. But in the UK and in London, the environment is much more like it has caught up to the
Sorry to
electric.
interrupt, ma'am. If you could please wind up and give us a brief crux of the slides.
Yeah.
On the time crux.
Yep. So I'll make it fast. So I'll just come to, yes, so we also have a Royal Dutch Center for Sustainability. It's a kind of a dedicated center for all the sustainability conversations. It's trying to bring together all these siloed approaches that we follow at the university to bring it all together and, yeah, to make those conversations non-siloed. And so, how can students get involved? So, we do have a Sustainability Research Institute, which is basically focused on researching on sustainability related topics. We have sustainability based courses, modules, and yeah. So, what I'll do is, I'll just basically come down to because this is an Indian context. So, let me just basically come down to that. So in India, India has basically committed to become net zero by 2070, and we have like sub targets as well. So we do have a National Action Plan on Climate Change. So somebody was just talking about afforestation, energy efficiency. That's about National Action Plan on Climate Change for India. And when India's annual CO2 emissions, it's the third most emitting country, but it's way much behind China and the United States. And the per capita emissions of India are also third largest in the world. So we do have a couple of laws. You can go and read about them: Environmental Protection Act, Air Prevention, Wildlife Act, and the most important bit that I want to talk about is business responsibility and sustainability reporting. This is quite new, and the top 1,000 listed companies in India have to report on their sustainability metrics now. It's kind of mandatory for them. And in terms of corporate social responsibility compliance, it's mandatory in India to report on your CSR expenditure. It's only for companies who are beyond a certain net worth, but it's there. So yeah, not lagging behind so much. And yeah, somebody was also talking about personal responsibility. Sustainability is a psychological challenge, not just an environmental one. So people change when you make sustainability personally relevant, emotionally compelling, immediately beneficial, and make them feel proud of what they're doing. Companies don't change and adopt green practices because of guilt. They do it when you demonstrate how sustainability reduces operational cost, attracts top talent, creates competitive advantage, and drives innovation. And that's what organizations look at. I have been working in this sector for past 2.5 years, and I know that if it doesn't make financial sense for the institution to invest in sustainability, they will not do it. So yeah, that's just a learning curve that you have when you work in this sector. So you have to make it profitable. It's not just a psychological. It's not just an environmental problem. And yeah, I'll end my slides here because these are just like random topics. So thank you. Yeah. Any questions that you have in terms of yeah, anything
If any online participants have any query, they could do so and ask her in the email that she has provided.
Yeah.
And her contact details are within the brochure. Okay, ma'am, we do have one question.
Very good presentation. I seen each and every what you present over here. Actually, in the slide number 6, I seen over there that is a net zero by 2050.
Yeah.
So net zero is 2050, and day by day in the slide number 5, I seen over there the temperature of globes is increasing 1.54. Okay, so we are thinking that the greenhouse gases is going to reduce, but the temperature is increasing. Then how can optimize the temperature is going to reduce in 2050?
So basically, net zero means that with whatever operations you have, you're not emitting anything extra into the environment. You are just emitting what the environment can handle. So that's what net zero means. Without adding anything, you're emitting. But with the net zero 2050 target, I know it's a bit late, but we can't switch the system overnight to say that, okay, we are going to get rid of all fossil fuels, we are going to get rid of all the system that we have, people are going to lose their jobs. It's not very equitable if we just switch the system like that. So we have to make a plan, an action plan in order to get there. That's what India has done. That's what everybody is doing. They're having those interim targets in order to say that, okay, we are going to be net zero by 2050, but in order to be net zero by 2050, we will ban all the petrol-based car by 2030. So they are having interim emission targets as well. India has not introduced that target yet. Neither has UK. So governments are shying away from saying what are they going to do by 2035 in order to be net zero by 2030.
Yes.
But yeah, I know, we are way behind the target, but we have to get to it. It's just, yeah, it's a complex problem. And the 1.5 degree Celsius that I talked about, it's not a permanent breach of the average annual rise in temperature. It's like a temporary breach. But in the next 10 years, we are going to cross 1.5 degrees Celsius. There's an 80% chance to cross that. So, yeah.
Okay, second things, that is according to the that conference, which type of goal you are achieved through the presentation? Like 17 goals are there. The first goals is poverty, health, sanitary, water crises. Which type of goal are going to the achieve by the presentation?
I would say quality education and partnerships for goals, because this is all about knowledge sharing, isn't it? Yeah, if you know what we are doing, maybe like you'll try to adapt that. The university environment is all very energized and it's very dynamic. So how can you use your university campus to push sustainability as an agenda? So knowledge sharing, partnership for goals, and quality education is, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an informational presentation that you've had. I really hope everyone enjoyed it.
Next, I would like to invite another environmentalist. Both of them were interacting from, East-West encounter was there. So Satyanarayan ji was from here. So he will be, okay. So I have Professor Arjun Dubey, sir. Next, we have a literary talk. So presentation from the literature field. Professor Arjun Dubey, sir, whom we honor, and we were lucky to have his patronage, in a way to the growth and development of the university. If we go look at the journey of last 62 years of our university, our college, and 6-7 years of university, he has been a great gem who contributed. Probably he is one of the legendary professor with us, and he has been throughout, providing patronage. He is now teacher's teacher. Earlier he used to teach student, but his student, most of them are teacher. And what a coincidence, he's one of the student honored him as a dean of faculty affair. So now it's over to sir.
It's an honor to read the profile of Professor Arjun Dubey, who serves as a professor of Emirates in the Humanities Management Science Department at Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. Professor Dubey is a distinguished academic with an exceptional career spanning over 35 years in the field of English literature and education. Throughout his illustrious career, Professor Dubey has made remarkable contribution to academia. He has published 24 research papers in reputed journals, authored 2 books, and contributed 5 chapters. Furthermore, he has edited 5 books reflecting his depth of knowledge and scholarship. Engagement with the academic community extend beyond publication. He has presented 10 research papers at national and international conferences, 12 workshops, and successfully organized 5 academic programs and workshops, demonstrating his leadership and commitment to advancing knowledge. Recognized for his dedication and excellence, Professor Dubey is an recipient of an academic award, furthering affirming his contribution to the field. In addition to his scholarly achievement, Professor Dubey is deeply respected for his mentorship, guidance, inspiring generation of students and academics. His vast experience, coupled with an active participation in academic initiatives, continues to enrich the intellectual environment of our university. So, Professor Dewey, welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor V.K. Pandey ji, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh ji, other dignitaries, Dr. Avijit Mishra ji, Dr. Satyanarayan ji, this is the scholars, other faculties, and the students. I was not prepared to deliver a talk. It becomes extempore one. The topic is about the sustainable development and the earth. So we want to connect everything from literature, from ethics, from scriptures. I remember when we were the students, we through the scripture, you see there is a reference in Bible, the creation of earth. It was the last creation by the Almighty, the God. So earth was the most beautiful creation of God, and it is believed that when he had created it, he had also created his two sons, Adam and Eve, about whom we have the references. So, in our Hindu scripture also, there is a reference in the incarnation of God, Lord Vishnu, Baraha avatar. So, what did Lord Vishnu do? He saved the earth from the Patal, which was taken away by Hiranyaksha. So earth was saved by him. So there has been much more concern about the earth right before the civilization and after the civilization. We are in communication technology, and this information communication technology has assisted us to come across all the problems the world over. I'm not the student of science, but I had read somewhere, Professor B.K. Pandey is an authority of that, about the principle that a physicist, Heisenberg, had propounded, and there is a reference from order to disorder. We have huge forest around this university, and if we cut the trees, they can be cut within short span of time, say a month or two. But if we re-establish it within the same span of time, it is not possible, because order has become disordered. So very difficult to put order from disorder. We attend the programs, we have perfumes, sometimes we power it on our body, on our clothes, from the small bottles. But if we have to put it
The fragrance in the bottle, it is not possible because it has been disordered. So the whole system is suffering from the crisis of order to disorder. So we have to develop an aesthetic point of view, that is how it becomes beautiful. So that is the crisis, that is the concern. Everything is beautiful, and that beauty we cannot ignore. We have to give respect to it. The aesthetic point of. This is why there is a reference in literature. You see the play of Shakespeare, The Tempest. When Ferdinand is seen for the first time by Miranda, she cries, "How beautiful this mankind is." So, the point is that aesthetic aspect is often and always very important. Technology is there. Technology is the tool, but it is not the end. Because we have to seek the help of the tool for the betterment of our mankind. Many people talk about the poverty, the crisis in education. I remember when I joined this institution, I was one of the in charges of National Service Scheme, NSS. At that time, there was a move by the government of India and our state government to promote adult education. And for this, volunteers of NSS were involved. We used to visit nearby the villages and distribute books and other reading materials to the students of, and the students were also, they were not educated. Each one, teach one was the motto. If everyone can teach one student, probably the problem of illiteracy may be rooted out. At that time, it was a great problem. Nowadays, government is focusing much on education, though education has become very costly. This is the darkest part of our education system. The most, because it is beyond the reach of the common man. I was reading, and for that, the people are also responsible. Because there is a craze, a neo-colonial concept has developed that my child will get education in public school. My child will get education in convent school. And convent schools are costly. I remember, say 15 or 20 days back, there is a maid who works at my home. She put this problem, though she is earning money by working here and there, much more fees spent in the name of education. She said, अभी तो मैं 3,000 रुपए जमा करा करके आई हूँ. 3,000 rupees, very. I put, तो क्यों नहीं इस स्कूल में तुमने अपने बच्चे का एडमिशन करा रही हो? चलो मैं बात करता हूँ. So she said in Bhojpuri, उस स्कूल में का लोग कहीं है. But she was not ready to get her child educated in purely government funded schools. And these government funded schools have become the source of midday meals. So that is the irony of situation in our education system. No government is daring to make a planning to make education compulsory for all and the same kind of education from primary to higher education. This is the most Herculean task. So we cannot, market is important, but we cannot leave everything in market. Market is based on the profit. So how can we determine, moreover, the teachers who are teaching in public and convent schools, they are getting meager amount. And for government funded schools, the amount is. So the point is that unless or until we have that consciousness, we develop our own morality. Pandit Nehru, while addressing to UNESCO in 1951, had once said, we are suffering from mental deterioration and moral degradation. And we politicians are also from the same tribe who is suffering from mental deterioration. We are living in some upper stratosphere, a scientific word Professor Pandey is knowing better than I, layer of atmosphere where temperature does not vary with the height. Pandit Nehru blamed himself that we politicians are in some upper stratosphere where temperature of the people does not affect the politician. So this is the real condition. And we talk of reformation. We talk of progress. Is this progress that we want to do? We have to look at many other things. We have developed much more in the field of science and technology. We made atoms, but what did we do with the atom? We exploded at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We had the gas chamber where Jews were burnt alive. Is this all that Christian religion talks about? So unless we become sensitive, we look at the people's problem, we have holistic outlook, the problem of the world will never be solved. But we have the general tendency of blaming one another. So this tendency has to be checked, and we must look within ourselves, and then only the problems can be solved to a great extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your, wonderful deliberation. And I must, as convener, feel that your extempore are much better than many other well-planned research papers. So here comes the intelligent words from an experienced professor. And it is not that you are being honored on this in this conference. Rather, the conference is being honored by the presence of great people like you, great professors like you. So we are honored as a host, as organizers, that you spared invaluable time from your personal life and personal time to be with us and spare few moments with us. Moving to the we have next environmentalist, and environment is the greater concern, and it will be for sustainable global goals. And to realize, we found that before this, two environmentalists were interacting, Varsaji and Satyanarayana. So it's over to you and to speak something that you wish to share.
Thank you, sir. You are giving to the very great time to me, and I'm very fortunate in this conference I am participating, and this is internationally. First of all, we come to the our main theme, that is a sustainable development. If we are go to the come to the in Hindi, satat vikas. Satat vikas means ki we are just developing, but what we are developing, things are making, that producing, and that product will not affect to our nature. For example, we see here almost 10 5 to 6 air conditioner is there, but air conditioner is emitting, when in running in condition, emitting chlorofluorocarbons, and that chlorofluorocarbons impact on the environment. Means I ask the question one thing, that is a chlorofluoro gases, and that gas is a greenhouse gases. So the temperature is increases. So that is one thing. Ki what we are doing in English, that is a definition of the sustainable development, is the development that need to the present without compromising the ability to the future generation to meet their own needs. Right now, what we are getting, we are comfortably staying over here at the time of the hot season or summer season. But that things which are affect our environment, our future generation will be more affected in compared to us. You know, our water is a very simple things. We by groundwater we are taking very easily. But right now, before 10 year, 20 year or 50 years before, each and every peoples, they are taking the water without any purification. But right now, what our parents, we ourselves, we are deteriorating the water quality of ground by the mismanagement of the solid waste management as well as wastewater management. For that things, if the continuously, if we are growing, we are just deteriorating the water quality, our future generation, our son, next generation will be more affected. Right now, we are taking the bottle of water. In the next generation, right now, we are comfortably inhaling the atmospheric ambient air. But in the coming generation, take the air purifier, or they will keep the cylinder in the on the back side, everywhere. So such type of the things will be happen, and we are discussing over here in that way. And you know, that time 17 goals, we have is 17 goals. I'm just recalling that goals, what the goals and what the things we are going to the achieve by the sustainable development. So one by one we are going to the discuss. The first goal is the, sorry, poverty, पैसा, बाप न भैया सबसे बड़ा रुपया. तो पहला गोल हमें चाहिए
sorry, this is an international conference, but I am speaking in Hindi. No, so more of them in online, that is a international person. So अगर पैसा है, पॉवर्टी है, निर्धनता, नो पॉवर्टी, निर्धनता है, नहीं है, तो हम अच्छे से रहेंगे. Second goal is zero hunger. If we have a money, we can take the food is very good and balanced diet. Third goal is good health and well life living. If we have a good money, good first goal is money, second goal will be achieved automatically, that is a hunger, means the food will get it, the balanced diet, as well as good living standard and health. अगर अच्छा खाना खाएंगे तो अच्छा स्वास्थ्य रहेगा. Fourth one is a quality education. If we need all the three things, money, hunger, food, अगर खाना नहीं रहेगा, hunger, and if we are the healthy, स्वस्थ मस्तिष्क में स्वस्थ मानव में स्वस्थ मस्तिष्क होता है, तभी हम एजुकेशन ले सकते हैं. तो चौथा जो गोल है वो है हमारा क्वालिटी एजुकेशन. देन वी विल अचीव दैट वन. नेक्स्ट वन, द फिफ्थ वन इज जेंडर इक्वालिटी. इफ वी हैव ए गुड एजुकेशन, इफ वी आर एजुकेटेड, we are not differentiate male, female, or some other genders. So we will give the respect to the each and every genders. The fifth goal is the gender equality. And sorry, fifth one is gender equality. Sixth one is a clean water and sanitation. If we have a clean water, and clean water, you know that the water, if we are just deteriorating by the different ways, I'm not going to discuss of the air pollution, water pollution, and solid waste management. By three pollution, it will be deteriorating the groundwater or surface water. So sixth goal is the clean water and sanitation. Seventh one is affordable and clean energy. Before 2 or 3, one person, means sir, is speaking about the clean energy. Our audience, and that is a one speaker also from the UK, is also focusing on the solar panel. A renewable source of energy. If we have a source of energy like a renewable, like a hydropower, पानी अगर गिरेगा तो उसमें हम डायनमो लगा देंगे तो एनर्जी प्राप्त होगी. एनिमो पावर मींस विंड एनर्जी. सेकंड थिंग्स, वेरी गुड सोर्सेज ऑफ द एनर्जी like a solar panel, and solar panel we will get the very good energy to achieve our the goal of the sustainable development. Now eighth one is the decent work with economic growth. If we have a up to the seventh things, and we have a very good economic growth will be. Suppose that pollution is there, air pollution, water pollution, we will be on the bed, and we will give the more, we will expend the more money for the good health, for the treatment. So the poverty will be reducing. अगर देखे कोरोना आया, और कोरोना आने के बाद कितने लोगों ने लाखों रुपए खर्च किए, कितना जान माल का खतरा हो गया. तो अगर ये चीजें हमारे पास है, जो गोल हमने अभी डिस्कस किया है, सेवेंथ गोल, तो अगर ये चीजें नहीं है, वो कंटिन्यूअसली वन बाय वन, स्टेप बाय स्टेप इज गोइंग ऑन. सो द डिसेंट वर्क एंड इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ विल बी द. एंड नाइन्थ वन, द इंडस्ट्री, इनोवेशन एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. आप इंडस्ट्री डेवलप करेंगे, अगर आपके पास इकोनॉमी होगी, अब देखिए जैसे अमेरिका, चाइना, ये क्यों इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हो गए? क्योंकि इनके पास इकोनॉमी है, पैसा है, अच्छे से अच्छे इंडस्ट्री है. आफ्टर दैट रिड्यूस इन इक्वालिटीज, उसमें इनइक्वालिटी को रिड्यूस करेंगे. सस्टेनेबल सिटी एंड कम्युनिटीज, जैसा हम इको फ्रेंडली जगह की बात करते हैं कि हम किचन गार्डन में ही जो है पौधा लगाएंगे, हर जगह पौधा लगाएंगे, जहां ज्यादा पोल्यूशन हो रही हो वहां पर पौधे लगाएंगे. वी डोंट हैव ए मोर टाइम एंड sir is telling that we don't have a more time to give to me for the speaking, but responsible consumption and production. So if we have a good sustainability city and community, then responsible consumption and production, that is a 12th goal. And sorry, 15th goals, life on land. Life on land का मतलब होता है कि if we are on the land, it will be good life. Life on, now next one is places, 16th one is places, justice and strong institution. If all things we have, then we can get the all type. And last one is partnership for the goal. Partnership for the goal means that is a goal can be achieved by the partnership. Like a sir told me right now, announced that it is a interdisciplinary, means physics, chemistry, math, English, management, everything is with the partnership. We can achieve the goal of the 17 goals of the this sustainable development goals. Okay, thank you very much for the giving the chance. Thank you for the Pandey sir, sir Dubey sir, and Dr. SN sir to give the chance and all audience to listen by the this word. I am not prepared for the this presentation, but I'm just thinking, if we know that what is the meaning and what the really types of the goals can be achieved in the future, each and every people can be, if aware for the environment, we can achieve our goal. For the simple things, we are using the single using plastic, polythene, and we are just disposing over there on the street or on the any places where maybe the dustbin. But that we think about this, that dustbin, that plastic have a life is one. Our life is one is 70, 60 or 80 year, more than 80, less than 80 years. But that plastic, polythene, single use polythene is life is one more than 100 year. कभी कभी मैं क्लास में बोलता भी हूं बच्चों से, टॉपिक जब पढ़ाते हैं, कि हमारे पूर्वज जब हम लोग आज खोदते हैं, घर बनाते हैं तो खोदते हैं तो सोने के असरफी मिलते हैं, बड़ा खुश होते हैं. जब मेरे पीढ़ी आएगी और जब खोदेगी तो क्या मिलेगा? प्लास्टिक. तो वो कितने खुश होंगे. तो हमको अपने को पहले ये करना चाहिए, अवेयर करना चाहिए, फिर दूसरों से हम एक्सपेक्ट करें कि अवेयर हूं. तो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट तभी हो सकता है जब हम कोई भी चीजें, एनी थिंग्स व्हाट वी आर जस्ट innovating works, and that one will be not affect to the environment. Thank you very much for giving the chance. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed a very practical and a reality approach kind of presentation. If last minute presentations are like that, I think we'll like to have more of it. For now, we are technically ending our inaugural session. Okay, we do have some.
We have with us Chairman CSA, Council of Student Activities, and we deliberately kept him as the last speaker of the day because he is champion of champions. So over to Professor B.K. Pandey Saab. He is a great physicist with lot many authored books, need no introduction, and he is leading our, he has been HOD Applied Science Department, he had been chairman CSA, Council of Student Activities, and he, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir recommended that he must speak at the last. So we are having the final speaker of the inaugural session as recommended by our patron, chief patron. So over to Professor B.K. Pandey Saab, who is a great physicist, and if you look in literature, he is like the one who got first Sahitya Academy from the physics department, if you can recall Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey ji. Clear? So over to Professor B.K. Pandey.
Thank you, Professor Sudhir Narayanji. I am very much thankful to the organizer, especially the convener, Professor Sudhir Narayanji, who has most kindly given me this opportunity to be on this podium. And it's my proud privilege to express my deep sense of gratitude to my guide, to my mentor, to my guardian, Professor Arjun Dubey sir, who has been my source of inspiration during his tenure in Applied Science Department. I also welcome Satyanarayan ji, Devin Mani Pandey ji, Dr. Ravi Gupta ji, Dr. Abhijit ji, and other faculty member of the humanities and management who are present here. The big task has been extended to me, being the last speaker of this inaugural session. And the opportunity as well as the responsibility has been given to conclude this session. It's very difficult because the global speaker connected with us and they give their own views, their presentation, as well as their remarkable speech on the topic which is really of the global need in indeed. And they speak a lot on that. I think human intellect is remarkable. Every now and then we see its transient potential in deciphering the complicated riddles of this universe. Its reach has been extended from atom and substellar particles. It has ability to analyze the biodiversity starting from amoeba to the dinosaurs. But unfortunately, I couldn't analyze and realize that the people even not have its introspection, how they has been bestowed this marvelous brain and body. Why there is discussion on these issues which are essentially required to each and everybody of this universe globally. Why there is the UNO? Why there is the statutory bodies to control the issues related to the climate and global level? I think that people are themselves responsible for the same. Because if we are extending our need above and over, then definitely we are encroaching in the rights of others. That's why the slogan is given that your freedom there ends where my nose is begin. That's why
everybody has to have the boundary line for their needs so that they cannot encroach in the rights of others. And for that, the people has to see this thing individually. And if they are not doing it individually, then any authority, any regulatory, any statutory body cannot control and resolve these issues, which are burning issues globally right now. Friends, I have heard a very sad story in this regard. I want to tell you people who are sitting here right now. Basically, for that, everybody has to love to themselves, love to their own planet. Otherwise, it's not possible to save it globally. That story is that there was a king and he asked his son to be the king in the age of 20 years. When he has been crowned as a king of the kingdom, then he visited each and every room of that mahal, that palace. Ultimately, he saw that there was a room which was closed from the last 15 years. When he opened that door, then he saw a very beautiful painting in that. And the bottom of that painting, it was mentioned that the princess of Kasi. He started to think, this room is closed from the last 15 years, and this little girl is of about 5 to 7 years, and she's of about my age group. He declared from his throne that I will marry to this girl wherever, whenever, however she is there right now. All the courtiers and the ministers started to search that girl. Ultimately, they couldn't find that. They couldn't find her. And they reported that we couldn't find that princess to whom you have extended your wish to marry. Ultimately, he declared, I will not alive if I will not marry to that girl. Issue was very much complicated. Ultimately, Raj Mata has been called for the same. Okay, how this issue can be resolved. Raj Mata told the courtiers at that time and ministers that call a meeting. I will tell the truth for that. Ultimately, when the Raj Sabha was there and all the ministers and courtiers were there, then the Raj Mata told that 15 years back, I call all the famous artists and actors of this kingdom to play a particular drama in which there was severely needed the role of the princess of Kasi. And when she started to search that girl, she couldn't find anybody entire the kingdom appropriate for that. Then what she did? She prepared his own son in the form of the princess of Kasi. And ultimately she declared that, King, you were the prince at that time and you are wearing the cloth of the princess of Kasi in that particular picture. That's why you have to love by yourself. You have to love by your planet and you have to love by your surroundings. Only in that situation, you can resolve the issues which are globally burning issues right now. I think that this should be extended to each and every person belonging to the entire world. And with these words, I think that I'm able to communicate that I want to communicate to you people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your invaluable address time dedicated to us. We are really humble that you spared that much time for our conference on this day. And we are moving towards the, concluding part of that. Prior to that, I would like to say, Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey, do you want to share something? Conference chair. Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey, do you want to share something? Or, okay, Dr. Raman Jaswal ji, anything from your institution? So we
No,
are.
sir, it was marvelously organized by uh, MMUT, and for which I am deeply humbled. I don't have words to express my heartfelt gratitude to the faculty members from various departments of MMUT. I am deeply grateful to them, especially to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is the chief patron of this conference, who spared his time for this conference. We are really grateful to him. Thank you.
Professor Pandey.
Yeah, definitely, sir. On behalf of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies and my own behalf, would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the entire team of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, for organizing this event in such a successful way, in such a grand manner, that it will leave a lasting imprint in the minds of the delegates and the participants. And this inaugural session reminds me of Shakespeare's sonnet, as he says, so long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. Here, I would like to replace the last line of this couplet of Shakespeare's sonnet. So long as men know, I would like to say or add, so long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives the recollection, the remembrance of this particular third international conference. And men can remember this till doomsday. This conference has a lasting imprint, a lasting effect, and definitely I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the convener of this conference, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, who has left no stone unturned in giving his, I would rather say, 5,000% in making all the arrangements. And I could see he could not sleep till 12, and we were having conversation late night till 1 o'clock also. And day before yesterday, yes, of course, we were talking about these arrangements at 12:30. So hats off to you, sir. And yes, of course, preparing the souvenir, the schedule and everything. Yes, the way our organizing secretary, Dr. Raman Jaswal, contributed that is really appreciable and praiseworthy at the same time. And moreover, my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the Vice Chancellor of Madan Mohan Malviya University, Honorable J.P. Saini sir, the Chief Patron of this event, for granting his permission. And moreover, I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Rajkumar sir, Principal Lala Jagatnaran Himutkar's Government Girls Degree College, for granting his permission to collaborate and make this conference a great success. So, no word will be able to extend my deep sense of gratitude to both the institutions, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology and LNJH Government Girls Degree College. But yes, of course, uh, once again, I would like to express my thanks to all the participants, delegates, and the keynote speakers. And thank you, Sudhir sir, once again for all your resistance, your help, and your contribution for this third international conference from my behalf and from behalf of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies, sir. Thank you.
I am humbled, and now, as host, it's our part to extend the formal vote of thanks. And I would like to invite our very dedicated team member, Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta ji, to do this on behalf of that. At the same time, I would like to extend my thanks to NDLI team and huge round of applause to the NDLI team members. I am having librarian of the university, DM Pandeji, and I may invite you. I would love to offer you a rose stick for your floral welcome as you spare time to be with us. Please do come. So, librarian of our university and his NDLI team, everybody, for everybody, this. And above board, it's over to Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta ji for final vote of thanks of this inaugural session. And rest of the schedule will be announced very shortly. Please.
Thank you very much, sir, for kind introduction. Very good afternoon, each and everyone present over here. I am Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta, Assistant Professor, Department of Humanities and Social Science, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. I am here to present vote of thanks. So basically, it's my great privilege and honor to present vote of thanks for third international conference on sustainable development goal in world literature and contemporary studies. Uh, in the order of vote of thanks, firstly, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief patron, our vice chancellor, Professor J.P. Saini sir, uh, for his visionary leadership, bold decision, and unwavering commitment for academic excellence that inspires us to from the front. And his insights address not only enriched this event but also motivated us to explore innovative pathway in academia and sustainability. Next, I would like to thank our conference patron, that is Dr. Raj Kumar, Principal Government Girls College, Himachal Pradesh, for his steadfast support and encouraging word, which served as guiding force in making this conference as a reality. Then, thirdly, I would like to thanks. I express my deep appreciation that is visible here. That Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, the conference chairman, for presenting the concept note and beautifully setting the tone for our discussion and deliberation. And we can really see his commitment for the conference and as the chairman of Achievers Foundation. Thank you very much, sir, for joining and dedicating the time. Then I would like to thank our profound thanks, particularly the speakers of the day. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Prabhakar Tiwari for his deliveries on sustainable communication goals. He's an excellent speaker and he tried to cover probably all the areas of sustainable development goals relating to the electrical engineering and other areas. Then secondly, second speaker of the day is Miss Varsha Srivastava, Sustainability Officer from University of East London, for sharing her expertise on literature and sustainability. So there is a great linkages between these two approach. So I would like to thank Ms. Varsha Srivastava for his excellent delivery. Then third speaker of the day is Subhanshu Satyadev, who is an Indian filmmaker, and his topic of the presentation was their cinema's role reflecting sustainable goal. And we have also seen his we short clip of that film that basically talks about child labor and education, that is basically interlinked with the sustainable development goal. So I would like to thank Subhanshu Satyadev, Indian filmmaker. Thank you very much, sir. Then I would like to thanks who is present here, Dr. Satyanarayan ji, who is our esteemed faculty member. So though I was listening his lecture and he has very excellently explained all the concept that is very relating to the sustainable development goal. So basically there are 17 sustainable development goal and around 169 sub goals are there. So he probably covered all the areas, and we are marching ahead under India is marching ahead to achieve these goals. We are striving for it. So thank you, sir. Then I would like to thank our mentor, guide, and former head, Professor Arjun Dubey sir. In when we joined as assistant professor, Professor Arjun Dubey sir was there, and he used to guide not only me, each and everyone in all the sense. So we are lucky to have Professor Arjun Dubey sir with us. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us and giving you blessings. Then I would like to thank Professor B.K. Pandey, who is chairman of CSA. So he's have this is the one portfolio that he is looking for, but you will these multiple portfolio he is managing, and his task is there for excellent deliveries. He knows for his work and the outcomes. So I would like to thank you very much, sir, for joining our conference and dedicating the time, particularly from initial stage to the uh, to till the vote of thanks. Thank you very much, sir. Then I would like to thank our librarian DM Pandey, who is secretary of NDLI Club, and you will be NDLI Club is also partner of this event, this international conference, and we are hosting this conference also on NDLI Club. NDLI Club is also hosting this one. So thank you very much, sir, DM Pandey sir, for your support and your dynamic personality for leading from NDLI Club front. Thank you very much, sir. Then I would like to thank Dr. Abhijit Mishra, who is our colleague, and whenever we need support and any kind of administrative glitches, so he's there to tackle. So thank you, sir, for joining. Then this is the last thing. I would like to give thanks for dignitaries for releasing e-souvenir and combined issue of the Achievers Journal, Journal of English Language and Literature and Culture. This moment symbolized the culmination of intellectual and academic efforts. So this effort goes to the Pandey sir. Thank you, sir. Then, last but not the least, finally, I would like to thank our organizing team that is led by our head, none other than our head, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh. He is a conference convener and His tireless effort has been already explained by Sanjay Pandey sir. For planning and executing this event, he is there. He is working tirelessly. So without his dedication and teamwork, this conference wouldn't have been possible. This is the only things that I can only express. Thank you very much, sir, for your dedication and time. So then I would like to thank our guest faculty who is there and working day and night, and research scholar, students, staff for supporting us. Thank you very much. Once again, I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for you sharing the support. And then lastly, I would like to thank our speakers and our paper presenters. So this is all from my side. Thank you each and everyone.
Yes, of course. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thank to the anchor, the hostess, and the co-host who flawlessly uh, took care of each and everything in such an exceptional way. And yes, of course, uh, this is something which is really praiseworthy and outstanding. And yes, of course, I think it's an outstanding performance, and I could not resist my temptation of appreciating our hostess and co-host of the day for this third international conference. Marvelous and mind-blowing performance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for recognizing our contribution. It has been indeed a lovely pleasure. Yes.
And thanks, Professor Pandey, for making a third conference e-souvenir with ISBN. This souvenir for the first time, first, second, we
Sir, not
couldn't.
only that, within 72 hours, the book will be available on Amazon.com, and
Yeah, that's
will not
very
only
good.
be available in UK, but it will be available across the globe: France, China, Germany, Japan, Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka. I mean to say everywhere. So this book will be available across the globe within 72 hours.
So yes, you have done a marvelous job in that way. And this year onwards, now we will be having e-souvenir with ISBN number. That's a great achievement you have done on your part, and we are congratulating you for all the participant along with you.
Thank you,
You
sir.
know,
And moreover,
and
I want to no announce one more thing. Rather, it will be too early, but yes, of course, we can hope for the best. So the Achievers Journal may be indexed in Web of Science as our Honorable Chief Patron and Vice Chancellor Sir was talking about, that the papers must be published in Scopus Index Journal or Web of Science or SCI journals. So as I have already uh, talked with, and at the same time have collaborated with the Web of Science journal and the Scopus Index journal for the publication of the papers which are submitted to this third international conference. So, and maybe in the next, so far as the peer reviewed journal is concerned, yes, of course, the Achievers journal is peer reviewed and is indexed in JGate, EBSCO, and the directory of Open Access Journal. And as we are expecting, maybe in a few months, it will be indexed in Web of Science as well. So there will be no problem for our participants to get their papers not only published but indexed in Scopus and Web of Science as well. Thank you.
is there any announcement for post-lunch session from your end?
Am I audible?
Yes.
So we'll start the technical session, sir. And as you know, you have already made announcement about the parallel sessions. One is to commence at 2:45 and another one at 4:15. So there'll be two technical sessions. So I would request the participants to join the technical session one and technical session two after break. So
Timing of the break.
yeah, immediately after means we'll rejoin at 2:45.
Okay. So
Thank you so much, sir, for all the details, and any queries regarding the technical sessions will be answered by the moderators and the details to be shared by the moderators. Thank you all for being a part of this inaugural session and making it already a huge success. We now end it with a rendition of Vande Mataram, which is a timeless anthem that celebrates India's spirit. I request everyone who knows the lyrics to sing along with it. We now formally end the inaugural session. Let us continue to engage with the conference enriching deliberation over the next 2 days. Thank you all.
2:45 p.m.
We'll reconvene at 2:45 p.m.
एक हॉल है ना, तीन पैर तो मेन हॉल का तो यही चलेगा पहला वाला। हाँ, वन यहाँ आप लोग का चेयर है। हाँ, तो लग जाओ अपना नेम प्लेट बनवा लो, लगा लो। ठीक है, मैं भी रहूँगा। वन में मैं ऐसे बैठा रहूँ। ठीक है। वाला भी तो कल तक और है। लाइब्रेरी स्टाफ जाएगा नहीं, जल्दी से जल्दी करके आ जाओ फटाफट। ठीक है सर, ठीक है। घर अपना अपना करके आओ।
मैं आपको एक नंबर
एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब अखबार में से स्कूल की फीस के लिए ऐसे ही मोदी साहब भी चाय बेच रहे थे, लेकिन पढ़ाई नहीं छूटी।
वैसे कचरी, तुम्हें क्या बनना है? मुझे जो पानी वाला जहाज उसका कप्तान बनना है। वैसे कचरी, तुम्हें क्या बनना है? मुझे जो पानी वाला जहाज उसका कप्तान बनना है।
हर देश का भविष्य उसकी आने वाली पीढ़ी होती है, और इस देश की पीढ़ी गलत हाथों में जा रही है। कुछ लोग देश को लूट रहे हैं, उनसे भीख के नाम पे धंधा बढ़ाया जा रहा है। आप लोग की माने तो पूरे हमारे देश में 150 से 200 के बीच का ड्रग्स का रैकेट घूम रहा है। बस वही है, गाँव वालों को पहुंचाते रहना है। प्रोग्रेस बस्ती की गंदगी का कैंसर, और मैं ये वादा करता हूँ कि इस गंदगी को साफ करके ही रहूंगा।
राजू, हमारा दोस्त स्कूल जाता है, वो जो वहाँ पे बैठता है वो आके हमें सिखाता है। तुम सारे जिंदगी भर कोई मिलोगे और उसी गुण में करके कोई मर जाओगे। ठीक है, मैं कर रही है और तू कैसे जाएगा? कचरी खा जाएगी वो कचरी। मुझे जाने की बहुत ज्यादा है, मैं आज नौकरी करती हूँ। अच्छा रहा है तुम्हें।
एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब अखबार में भी देते थे स्कूल की फीस के लिए ऐसे ही मोदी साहब भी चाय बेचते थे, लेकिन पढ़ाई नहीं छोड़ी।
हम भी स्कूल जरूर जाएंगे, हम भी लोग पढ़ेंगे और साबित कर देंगे हम भी किसी समय में। वैसे कचरी, तुम्हें क्या बनना है?
आवाज आनी चाहिए ना। ये हैं।
हो रहा है ये लोग पढ़ तो रहे हैं आधे लोग।
Sanjay sir. Sanjay sir, shall we start the session? Afternoon, sir.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Please.
sir. So, good afternoon, Galaxy of Intellectuals. I'm Dr. Pallavi Bhardwaj from HP University, Shimla. And I welcome you all to the first technical session of the International Conference on Sustainable Global Goals in World Literature and Contemporary Studies. I heartily welcome our chair, Dr. Kavita Tyagi, Associate Professor of English, Shakuntala Devi Mishra, University, Lucknow, to this session. I request all the participants to kindly adhere to the timings, that is 7 to 10 minutes. Kindly wind up your presentation within the stipulated time. So, ma'am, with your kind permission, shall we start our first presentation? Ma'am, you're not audible. Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Ma'am,
I think ma'am has muted herself.
so Sanjay sir, I feel so ma'am is not available right now.
Ma'am, if you could talk to her, you must have her contact
Yes,
number.
I do have, sir. I'll
Please.
just give her a ring.
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am.
You can
So, with
start
your kind
now.
permission, shall we start the session,
Yes,
ma'am?
yes, yes, please.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, the first presenter of this first technical session is Idris Bello. Idris Bello, are you there? I'm calling again. Idris Bello, are you there? The second presenter is Baba Jimeta Usman. The third in the row is Abhay Singh Rana, Assistant Professor, Sharda University, Uzbekistan. Are you there, sir?
Good afternoon, Pallaviji. I'm sorry to interrupt in between. Am I allowed to present?
You are?
I am Dr. Chitra Bajpai. Actually, I have a class scheduled shortly. That's why I dropped a message as well.
All right. I'll ask the chair. Ma'am, shall I take her presentation firstly? Ma'am, you're not audible. Kavita, ma'am, you're not audible.
You can take because her name is there in the
All
list
right,
on
ma'am.
serial number 13.
Right, ma'am. So this is Dr. Chitra Vajpayee from Memorial College, Shri Ram Swaroop Memorial College of Engineering and Technology, Lucknow. And her topic is Roots and Resistance, Ecofeminism and the Modern Women in Indian English Literature. Please, ma'am, go ahead.
A very good afternoon to one and everyone present in here. Very good afternoon to the respectable chair. Very good afternoon to Kavita ma'am. Um, okay, start with my paper. Ecofeminism is a multidisciplinary framework that integrates ecological advocacy with feminist theory, emphasizing the intrinsic connections between environmental degradation and the subjugation of women. Rooted in the shared exploration of nature and women under patriarchal and capitalist structures, ecofeminism advocates for equality, sustainability, and ecological balance. In Indian English literature, ecofeminist narratives serve as a powerful medium for exploring the resilience, agency, and deep connection of contemporary Indian women to nature. These narratives highlight how women, like the environment, are marginalized yet remain integral to fostering society and ecological harmony. Kamla Markande's Nectar in the Sieve is a seminal work that vividly portrays the intertwined struggles of women and nature. Set in rural India, the novel depicts Rukmani, a resilient protagonist who faces environmental challenges, poverty, and societal oppression. Her life as a farmer reflects the vulnerability of the land and its caretakers under exploitation. Rukmani's unyielding spirit and intimate connection with the land highlight her role as a nurturer and protector, emphasizing the parallels between women's oppression and environmental degradation. Markande's work foregrounds women as central to sustaining both family and environment despite the burdens imposed by patriarchal and economic systems. The next novel, Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things, further deepens the ecofeminist discourse by intertwining personal and ecological narratives. Roy critiques the socio-cultural norms that marginalize women and disrupt ecological harmony. The novel portrays women as deeply connected to their environment, often finding solace and strength in the natural world amidst societal constraints. Roy's exploration of environmental exploitation and women's struggle for autonomy reflects broader themes of resilience and justice. Her narrative underscores the importance of recognizing women's voices in the fight against oppression and ecological destruction. Anita Desai's Fire on the Mountain offers a contemplative exploration of women's lives amidst ecological and emotional challenges. A novel portrays Nanda Kaul, a woman who retreats to the solitude of the mountains to find peace. Her connections to nature becomes a source of empowerment and self-realization. Through Desai's lens, women are depicted as harmonizers of their inner and external worlds, finding strength and integrity in their bond with the environment. This work encapsulates the restorative power of nature and the resilience women exhibit in navigating ecological and societal crises. Together, these authors highlight the complex symbiotic relationship between women and nature. Their works portray women as stewards of the environmental and as symbols of resilience and renewal. By addressing the social ecological issues faced by women, these narratives emphasize the critical role they play in maintaining ecological balance and advocacy for sustainability. Indian English literature, through its nuanced ecofeminist themes, reflects the Indian ethos of resilience and community. Women's intrinsic relationship with the land becomes a metaphor for endurance and hope, raising awareness of ecological issues while advocating for gender equality. By analyzing these texts, we gain a deeper understanding of the interconnected struggles of women and the environment, recognizing their indispensable contributions to building sustainable and equitable societies. This perspective invites us to value women's role as nurturers and leaders in both social and ecological contexts, paving the way for a more inclusive and sustainable environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chitra. Kavita ma'am, I request you to kindly share your valuable feedback.
So I think like the feedback session will be in the end when
All
all the
right, ma'am.
presentation will be over. Okay.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So now I request the second presenter of the day. I request again Idris Bello, Baba Jamita Usman, Abhay Singh Rana, Ibrahim Falalu Atta, Nivedita Mishra. Are you there, ma'am? Nivedita Mishra? Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Hello, ma'am.
Uh, you are Ibrahim Falalu Atta.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
So are you ready?
Ibrahim.
Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you can proceed, please.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning, everybody, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. I'm here. My name is Ibrahim Falalata from Bauchi State University, Pedao, Nigeria. So I'm here to present a topic. The title of this topic is Deterioration of University System, a Larger Society as Portrayed in Olu Obafemi's Dark Times Are Over. So this is a book by Oluba Obafemi. It is a play which shows how university system in Nigeria was deteriorated. And this university in Nigeria, some of the universities in Nigeria especially, is talking about his portion, his part. But he's talking about the Nigerian university. So in Nigerian university, there are many problems in Nigerian university, especially the problem that was happening in Nigerian university, especially the systems, means the problems that happens to the systems, because some of the members of the society and the student of the university took life of campus is different from the life of their society. So the life of the university, they took it different because they expect life in university is freedom to do whatever they want. These kinds of life, these kinds of their life, of new lifestyle brings different problems, not in the university, not in the university authority, nor in the society, because you will see a female dressed half nude. This causes a lot of attraction from other partners. As a result of this, it causes rape, and this rape, it is rape cause problems in the university and in the female parts. That is why the author portray all these vices. And in the other side, the society, because in the society there are many problems, there are many people in the society. There are children, there are upgrowing ones. So portraying all these kinds of dressings, it attracts or it shows to the society that, or the upgrowing ones, that it is a good habit, while in other parts it is not a good habit. So to the society is a problem, and also in the university it is another problem. And these all problems caused by what? By mismanagement, because the university authority must is supposed to what? It's supposed to look or to be vigilant on dressing and dressings. They must insist the student to dress properly. So after this part, we have cultism. Is also portrayed cultism in his play. And cultism is part of the vices of the society, because some students, because of the mismanagement of the university, they did not make a vigilance to the student. They follow all the joint other organizations in order to what? In order to pass their examinations, in order to what? To call the attentions of those who are not interested what? In their activities. So in this play, there are major character. The major character, Beatrice. Beatrice is one of the character. She was raped by cultists. She was raped by two members, by two characters, Yafa and Yafa 1 and Yafa 2. These two characters raped Beatrice. As a result of what? As a result, she was draped. She was dressed indecently. So as a result of that, she was attracted, or she attracted Yapa and Yapa 1 and 2. And these two characters raped Beatrice. So she cried out. She needed help. So in this process, after she needed a help from other members of the university, she needed help from them. So they came. They came. Those major characters. Number one, we have the narrator in the play, and we have the Muslim brothers and the Christian brothers came to in her rescue, but she did not tell the actuality of the event. She says that they raped her. She says that they finished her body. She mentioned many things, but these people who came to rescue her asked her who did this to her. But because she joined the organization, they threatened her that if she exports them, definitely she will die. So in this process, she didn't allow to export their names. She said that they finished her body. She said that they finished her life, but she didn't. She is scared to tell who are the responsible who raped her. So as a result of this, the author show us that the cultist organization is also treating the society and the university at all. So this year for 1 and 2, they raped Beatrice, they finished their body. So these two guys are the people who want to deteriorate the university system, deteriorate the society. So in other part and another part, we see how two social institutions comes together in order to rescue Beatrice. The Muslim brothers, Christian brothers, police, and Manoa came in order to rescue her. So when these 3 organizations or 4 organizations join hands together, so they succeeded in what? In arrested that cultist organizers. They arrested them and they handed over to the police. But when they ensure that the police are not going to do the right things, so the peoples overthrown that legal system and create their own systems. So here, the author, Olu Obafemi, when show that organization or join hand in hand in different teams can move the society forward, and it can change the society. It can change the society. It can restore the peace and harmony in the society. So Olu Obafemi, the playwright showed or depict all the vices of the society and depict the problems of the university. So in this play, in this point, I find that the only solution to this problem, the only solution in restoring the university system or in restoring the society is to coming together, is the people to come together, working hand in hand in order to shun away all the vices of the society. And number 2, the university system must be vigilant in all the dressings of their students, whether female or male. They must be vigilant on their dressings, and they must make a proper supervision in the female hostels and the male hostels. And in other way, they must be vigilant, or the university authority must provide a modern infrastructure. Modern infrastructure in the sense that to provide cameras, CCTV cameras, in order to know the activities of the student. So this is the end of this paper. And the brief study or brief biography of Olu Obafemi. Olu Obafemi was born on 4 April
Ibrahim, I
1950.
request you to kindly conclude.
Yes, ma'am, I conclude. I say that at the end of this in the end of this research, I find that the only solution to this problem is to the society to join hand in hand in order to shun away the social biases. And the university must provide modern infrastructure and student and availability of student accommodation. And this is the end of this presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, Ibrahim, for such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next presenter is Nivedita Mishra. Ma'am, are you here? Nivedita Mishra. Dr. Chaya Malviya. Are you here? Ma'am, please respond. The next presenter is Ritu
Yes, ma'am, I'm present here.
Lemba.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so please, the platform is all yours. Please start with your presentation.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Kavita ma'am, Pallavi ma'am, Sanjay sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Ritu Limba, a research scholar from Lovely Professional University. And the topic of my paper is Liminality and the Novels of Hala Alyan. The paper explores the theme of liminality in the novels of Palestinian American writer Hala Alyan, using the anthropological framework of liminality developed by Arnold von Gannap and Victor Turner. Liminality, which refers to the threshold or transitional phase, is examined in the context of Alyan's characters and narratives. Her works vividly depict the in between states experienced by individuals navigating displacement, migration, and fragmented identity. By situating Alyan's novel within the post-colonial discourse, this paper highlights how her characters embody the liminal stages, struggling to reconcile the loss of homeland with the realities of exile and adaptation. Through a close study, we find that her storytelling, the study argues that Alyan's narratives offer profound insight into the psychological and emotional complexities of living in a perpetual transitional state. Her works redefine liminality as a space of endurance, reflection, and transformation, capturing the essence of diasporic existence in the globalized world. Hala Alyan has written 2 novels and 5 books of poetry. Her 2 novels, entitled Salt Houses and The Arsonist City, will be analyzed through the lens of liminality in this paper. So, liminality can be applied to various contexts beyond traditional rites of passage, including personal, cultural, and social transitions. For example, immigrants experiencing the move from one country to another, adolescent transition from the, we can say, the adolescent to the adulthood, or societies undergoing major political changes, can be all understood through the lens of liminality. The theory highlights the potential of transformation and the creation of new identities and social structures. It suggests that while liminal phases can be unsettling, they also offer opportunities of growth and renewal as individuals and groups navigate the uncertain space between their old and new selves. Hala Alyan's novels are masterful explorations of identity, displacement, and belonging, with liminality emerging as a central thematic undercurrent. Drawing from her personal experiences as a Palestinian American author and clinical psychologist, Alyan's work intricately weave narratives that explore the threshold between cultures, geographies, and personal identities. These liminal spaces, both physical as well as psychological, become site of negotiation, transformation, and at times profound disquiet. Psychological liminality also pervades in Alyan's works, particularly in her nuanced depiction of trauma and memory. Her background as a psychologist informs her portrayal of characters who exist in a state of emotional limbo, unable to fully inhabit the present due to the weight of the unresolved past. In her both novels, characters grapple with intergenerational trauma, their identities suspended between inherited grief and the desire for agency. This tension is particularly pregnant in Alliance's portrayal of familial relationship, where love and estrangement coexist in a delicate balance. The liminal space of memory, where the past is neither fully gone nor entirely accessible, becomes a critical site of Alliance's narrative inquiry, complicating the character's quest for self understanding and the closure. Alliance characters frequently find in a liminal space, both physically and metaphorically. They are often immigrants, displaced individuals, or those straddling different cultures, identities, and geographies. This sense of in betweenness is vividly portrayed in the works of Hala Alian. The story follows that how do the people who have migrated from one country to different places. She also talks about the life of the people living in the camps and the life of people who are, we can say, that the people who have been mistreated in the foreign country, who have not been accepted and welcomed in the foreign countries, and how do all these discriminations and the trauma of the past influence the life of the coming generations. So in conclusion, we can say that through the theme of liminality, Alian invites readers to reflect on their own experiences of in-betweenness and the transformative potential of such states. Hala Alian's novels illuminate the complexities of liminality as both a condition of displacement and a site of potential transformation. Through her evocative prose and layered storytelling, she captures the profound ambiguities of existing between worlds, offering a poignant meditation on identity and belonging in an intricately fragmented world. Her works challenges reader to reconsider the threshold they inhabit in the world of their own lives, making them liminality not only relevant but deeply resonant. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ritu. You went above and beyond with research on this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next presenter is Reena, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Applications, Shahid Bhagat Singh State University, Firozpur.
Present, ma'am.
All right, ma'am. So please, the stage is all yours.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Reena. I'm from Shahid Bhagat Singh State University, Firozpur, Punjab. And my topic is about artificial intelligence, human insight, the evolving relationship, AI art, and the human experience. Here are the contents. And first one is introduction. One of the most distinctive aspects of the 21st century is artificial intelligence, which is transforming market, changing the way people live their lives, and upending our conception of what it is to be human. Art and creativity are among its most fascinating uses. These fields are typically thought of as the sole provenance of human emotions and thought. AI is becoming more and more capable of producing, evaluating, and interpreting artistic creations, making it more than just an efficiency tool. It can also work with other and occasionally create on its own. The changing link between AI art and the human experience is one of the most compelling and hotly contested subject in this field. This paper look into the changing relationship between AI art and the human condition, looking at the connections and ramification of this quickly shifting field. The state of humanity and art has has long been closely related. It serves as an outlet for ideas, feeling, and experience, a way to bridge cultural and generations divides. Discussion concerning authenticity, originality, and ownership have been triggered by the incorporation of artificial intelligence into this process. It is possible for a machine to actually create art, or it just reproducing pattern discovered from human data. In comparison to work produced by human, how do audience see work produced by algorithms? What implication does the emergence of AI generated art have the human creativity going forward? The investigation major questions are these one. Now, what artificial intelligence is? Basically, it's a creating robots or systems that are capable of carrying out tasks that have historically required human intelligence in the focus of the field of computer science and technology known as artificial intelligence. So here is my research objective. First one is how are AI, art, and human experience changing together? How does our conception of creativity and authorship change as a result of AI generated art? In what way in what ways can human insight and AI generated art collaborate to produce innovative and meaningful work of art? In order to throw light on the fascinating opportunity and difficulties that result from this developing relationship, this paper will attempt to contribute to the current conversation around the junction of AI, art, and human experience by examining these issues. So here are literature review. The art have seen a revolution thanks to AI, which is changing idea about authorship, creativity, and human condition. Generative AI models such as generative adversarial network has proven to be remarkably adept at producing unique artwork that can compete with work created by humans. An AI trained on historical art data produced the groundbreaking painting Edmund de Bellamy, which is prime example of how machines may mimic human creativity and create art that defy accepted notion of authorship. According to Harari, artificial intelligence creative output should be seen as enhancing human creativity rather than as a rival to it, allowing artists to experiment with new mediums. This viewpoint is reflected in the field of music composition, where AI tools such as flow machines and AIVA have produced compositions that combine grand avant-garde arrangements with traditional forms, illustrating how AI may participate as a co creator in the creative process. Goodman in 2019, however, state worry on the moral ramification of biased training dataset, which may result in the reinforcement of prejudice and omission of many cultural viewpoints from AI generated art. More openness in the selection of training dataset and cooperation between engineer and ethicists and cultural specialists are necessary to address such problem. Hazard suggests and argue for hybrid framework that acknowledge the contribution of machine algorithm as well as human collaborators, pointing out thus current copyright law are unable to handle the complexity of AI generated artwork. AI has had a particularly big impact on audience participation in interactive art installation as the technology produce immersive experience that react to human interaction in real life and real time. Example of how AI may turn static artwork into dynamic interactive space are projected by organizations such as Team Lab. These technology enhance the experience of the viewer, but because they frequently rely on real-time data collecting from user, they also create privacy and data security concern. The necessity of ethical standard to maintain openness and protect participant privacy in interactive AI-driven art is emphasized by Kapoor. Benjamin in 2019 warned that the spread of AI-generated material could devalue established artistic technique and oversaturated the market. The necessity for critical analysis of the cultural ramification of widespread AI deployment in the art is highlighted by the conflict between mass production and the perceived uniqueness of human made art. When integrating AI into the art environment, sustainability is a critical issue that goes beyond ethics and creativity. Significant computation resources are needed to train large AI models, which result in high energy consumption and carbon emissions. To lessen these environment effects, Rajesh et al. Recommended that AI infrastructure use renewable energy resources and create energy efficient algorithms. So methodology I used is basically secondary data obtained from credible sources including pre-reviewed journal, government report, industry publications and reputed statistical database. Data collection involved keyword searches and application of inclusion criteria such as relevance, reliability, timeless. Exclusion criteria ensure the elimination of outward or irrelevant data. So the emergence of artwork produced by AI include a lot of praise and attention lately with algorithm producing beautiful artwork that can compete with human made pieces. AI incorporate into art in the result of decade of artistic and technological development rather than abrupt development. Beginning in the middle of 20th century, artists and technology experiment with algorithm to create abstract visual form, which marked the beginning of computer-generated art. However, due to development in neural network and machine learning, this sector has experienced an unparalleled acceleration in the last 10 years. AI-powered creativity has become more accessible to both artists and non-artists because of tools like Runway ML, Google Deep Dream, and OpenAI DALL-E. These tools to allow users to create extremely complex visual music and even literally work. AI application in art has surpassed specialized experiment and is now a part of mainstream society and business. So now, next is rethinking what creativity is, AI and human perception. The fundamental question of what creativity is at the center of the link between AI and art. Traditionally, creativity has been viewed as a characteristic that is specific to human and is marked by emotional depth, originality, and purpose. AI, however, contradicts these presumptions by producing art that occasionally seem identical to that produced by human. Neural network trained on large data set of artistic genres can generate Shakespeare poetry, back like tunes, or Van Gogh like paintings. But the way AI is created actually is different from human are creative. AI use pattern found in data, but human rely on their own experience, feeling, and cultural backgrounds. Significant ethical and philosophical questions are brought up by these distinctive distinction. Does the value of AI generated art, for instance, decrease because it lacked subjective experience, or does it create new kind of creativity that are beyond human capacity because it can synthesize a variety of influence? AI system output is still greatly influenced by human insight. AI using artists frequently take on the role of curators or collaborator, directing computer to accomplish particular artistic.
Rina, I request you to kindly conclude.
Okay, ma'am. So here are some problem challenges, so I will only highlight their name. So first is challenge is authorship and ownership challenge, and solution is clear legal framework, attribution model, collaborative license. And second challenge is creativity and human role, and solution is human centered design, educational integration, celebration of hybrid roles. Third challenge is ethical bias and representation. Solution is diverse training data set, transparent development, community-led AI model. And fourth challenge is environmental sustainability. Solution is efficient use of efficient algorithm, renewable energy resources, shared model. Fourth challenge is oversaturation and devaluation of art. Solution is duration platform, value of human craftsmanship, certification for human made art. Sixth challenge is ethical and cultural concern, and solution is transparent consent, ethical design standard, data anonymization. Now here is conclusion. Artificial intelligence, art and human experience have a dynamic and ever-changing interaction. AI broaden the scope of art while simultaneously challenging conventional notion of creativity. This interaction challenges to reevaluate what constitutes human creativity and how technology shape our cultural environment. We may expand our knowledge of the human condition and open up new avenues for artistic expressions by accepting AI as a collaborator rather than a rival. Thank you.
Thank you, Rina. The visuals you included on your slides were great. They help illustrate your points. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Uh, the next presenter is Raj Kumari, PhD research scholar from Department of English, Himachal Pradesh University. Raj Kumari, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, present.
All right. So go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Rajkumari, PhD research scholar from Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. The topic of my presentation is based on Gopinath Mohanty's novel Praja. It is entitled Praja, A Tale of Subaltern Resilience and Resistance. The objective of my study is to analyze the novel through the lens of subalternity and reflect the resilience and resistance of subaltern subjects and the assertion of their existential completeness. The study will also demonstrate how the dominant forces result in subaltern status of the underprivileged in society. The word subaltern has long history Webster Dictionary inscribes the derivation of the word subaltern from the Latin subalternus, meaning other, which refers to a person holding a subordinate position or being inferior in respect to some quality or characteristics. Earlier, the term had inextricably been associated with strict military hierarchy, but the subalternist writers adapted the term from the Italian Marxist thinker Antonio Gramsci's writings of prison notebooks, where he used the term subaltern to refer to those social groups in society who are subjected to the hegemony of the ruling classes. Gramsci opines that subaltern classes have less access to the social, cultural, and political authorities and have no unified historical representation. Ranjit Guha, the pioneer of subaltern studies group, argues that elite historiographers subalternize mass population by ignoring their contribution and position in the nationalist history. He critiques colonial history as well as national elitist history and advocates a study of peasant insurgencies that acknowledges the role of peasants as well as common men in the making of history of the nation. Subaltern studies attempted to reaffirm the of role and position of subaltern classes that the hegemonic society attempted to suppress, oppress, and deny. Gopinath Mohanty, an outstanding literary figure, worked hard for the upliftment of the tribals by projecting their culture and everyday biographical stories to the world. He rendered distinguished contribution to literature and humanity. He joined the Odisha Administrative Services from 1938 to 1969 and mostly served in the tribal inhabited areas of Korapat region, which provided him with the first-hand knowledge on tribal society and cultural practices. Having been directly engaged in the administration himself, he had closer understanding of the corrupt system in the administration and the problem of money lending and bonded labor system prevalent in the tribal areas. In his works, Mohanty exposes the exploitation and systematic discrimination of tribal subalterns. The novel Praja was first published in 1945 in Odia language and later translated into English in 1987 by Bikram Kedas. The novel belongs to the pre-independence era, but its sociological, philosophical, and moral concerns remain entirely contemporary. The novel focuses on the theme of exploitation and marginalization of Parja tribe by the mainstream Indian society during the pre-independence period. The novel narrates trials and tribulation in the life of Sukru Jani and his family, comprising of his two sons and two daughters. The novel delineates the slow decline in the fortune of the family members from the quiet prosperity to bonded subalterns. The life of the protagonist Sukrujani, a tribal patriarch, get perturbed when he was penalized as an offender for being involved in the illegal activities of cutting trees by the forest guard just because one of Sukrujani's daughters refused his improper advances. Sukrujani left with no other option than to submit the fine of 4 scores of rupees to the authority or to go to the prison. Through portrayal of the forest guard, Mohanty demonstrates that how unchecked power corrodes the lives of innocent people and creates polarities of haves and have-nots, privileged and underprivileged, oppressors and oppressed, and exploiters and exploited within the social setup of the society. I quote, although his rank in the official hierarchy was insignificant, they stood in awe of him. The hill people placed their offerings before him and lay at his feet while they mumbled their prayers. He took their offerings and granted their boons, unquote. The ignorant tribesmen live in great terror of the government officials and prison. This is something which is beyond their comprehension. Mohanty delineates the corrosion of innocent tribesmen by those who ironically should safeguard their interests and lives. A tribesman understands even unpaid labor under a technical moneylender, for this is he is born into, but anyone who goes to jail is forever stamped as a criminal and ostracized. It cripples him socially and economically, so a tribesman considers it far better to become a goti, bonded labor, and raise a loan from the moneylender. In the utter scarcity of adequate resources of generating money, ultimately Sukrujani, the protagonist, borrowed money to submit the fine from the moneylender, which hooked him up to the vicious system of goatees. The exploiter, outwardly a non-tribal moneylender, is in reality the entire ethos of a materialistic civilization seeking to encroach upon and engulf a primordial and elemental way of life. Borrowing money puts the tribesmen for a life term of slavery to the Sahukar. The Sahukar imposed compound interest on the loan taken, and the loan got never repaid back. Thus, the Goti or bonded laborer himself, his sons and grandsons remained slaves for all eternity to the Sahukar. Sukrujani worked hard with his sons to repay the money but failed. For repaying the amount of the loan and to get out of the goatee's life, Sukrujani even mortgaged the land which he had watered with his sweat and nursed the seedlings with the warmth of his body. Both the daughters of Sukrujani had to work as laborers of road construction for their survival because of the absence of male members in the family. There too, they become victims of sexual exploitation of the supervisor of road construction while taking shelter at laborers' camp. The elder daughter Jilly is finally possessed by the moneylender as mistress, sardonically failing Sukrujani's every attempt at guarding his family. The moneylender appropriated everything from Sukrujani that he had. In his crookedness, the moneylender mocked at the miserable condition of Sukrujani and his family boastfully. I quote, "Yes, Jilly, and is not there another called Billy at home? Bring her to me. I have taken the land. I have taken one sister, and I shall take the other two. I shall take your wives. I shall drive you from court to court, the length of the country. I shall make you sweat out your lives as goatees, and I shall rub your nose in the dust."
Rajkumari, please conclude.
Oh, okay, ma'am. To conclude, the novel demonstrates how the dominant forces result.
Please have water. I request you to have water. Are you okay?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for being emotional.
Rajkumari, do you have any problem?
No, ma'am. I got emotionally involved in this narrative. Okay, I'm okay.
Just relax and take your own time, okay?
To conclude, the novel demonstrates how the dominant forces result in subaltern status of the underprivileged in the society. The narrative puts forth the workings of the markers of identity, such as culture, class, caste, and tribe. It shows the tribal negotiating with the oppression and exploitation and resisting it through the agency of their own unique ethnic cultural discourse. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajkumari. A great job done. You're a wonderful student. Thank you so much. The next presenter is Praveen Kumar from School of Liberal and Creative Arts, Lovely Professional University, Jalandhar. Are you there, Praveen? Dr. Kumar Gaurav student, Praveen Kumar. All right. So the next presenter is Akshata Mahajan, research scholar from LPU. Are you there, Akshata? All right, Akshata, please go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I would like to explore the profound intersection of war, trauma, and resilience through the lens of Laura Hillenbrand's biography, Unbroken. This book chronicles the life of Louis Zamprini, He was a US Olympian, a war hero, and a survivor of unimaginable hardships during the Second World War. His story is not just one of a survival, but a journey into the depths of human psyche and a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. War leaves visible and invisible scars. While the physical destruction of bodies and landscapes is apparent, the psychological toll is often hidden. Modern understanding of trauma, particularly post-traumatic stress disorder, uh, as we will refer it to as PTSD, reveals how war can entrap the human mind long after the battles are over. Formally recognized in 1980, PTSD encompasses flashbacks, nightmares, and intrusive thoughts, like manifestation of unresolved traumatic experience. Hillenbrand's portrayal of Zamfrini captures these struggles in raw and painful detail. Let me begin with Louis' early life. His childhood was marked by rebellion and frequent trouble with the peers, but it also laid the foundation for his indomitable spirit. His brother, Peter, recognized his potential and channeled his defiance into running. Lewis became a star athlete representing the US in the 1936 Berlin Olympics. However, Faith had other plans. During World War II, Louis served as a bombardier. His life changed forever when his plane was crashed into the Pacific Ocean during a mission. He was stranded for 47 days on a life raft with two comrades. He battled starvation, shark attacks, and relentless heat. His ordeal showcased his resilience, sustaining himself and his comrades with the sheer determination. But this was only the beginning. Captured by the Japanese Navy, Zamprini endured horrific torture as a prisoner of war. In Amori war prison, Corporal Wantabe, known as the Bird, singled him out for savage beating and humiliation. Forced labor, starvation, and daily physical abuse pushed him to the brink. Despite this, Zemprini's will to survive never wavered. His resilience in the fate of such
Nivedita, I
cruelty.
request you to kindly mute yourself. There's a hindrance. Nivedita, I urge you to mute yourself. Yes, Akshita, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Uh, he suffered, this survival comes at a cost. The trauma of war doesn't end when the fighting stops. Louis' return to the US was celebrated as a war hero, but this masked the inner turmoil he faced. He suffered from severe PTSD, a condition that psychoanalysts like Sigmund Freud and Kathy Caruth helps us understand. Freud's model of id, ego, and superego sheds light on Zemprini's psychological struggles. The id represents primal desires and the avoidance of pain, while the ego mediates between id and reality. The superego, our moral compass, often derives our resilience. Louis' superego manifested during his captivity. He shared his rations, supported his fellow POVs, and maintained his dignity and in unimaginable conditions. However, once he returned home, his id, dominated by unresolved trauma, began to take over. Katie Caruth, she explains that trauma is not simply the result of violent event, but how it resurfaces later. For Zemprini, this meant vivid flashbacks, nightmares, and a crippling sense of powerlessness. Um, he describes how even mundane objects like white rice could trigger wartime memories. He turned into alcohol to numb his pain, becoming aggressive and unpredictable. We should point out, his unresolved trauma drove him to dream revenge against the Wantabe. Wantabe was the corporal in his war prison, whom he obsessively blamed for his suffering. This spiral led to the brink of self destruction. In his own words, he admitted, I figured that more I drank, the better I would sleep at night. His relationship suffered. His wife Cynthia nearly left him. He became estranged from his loved ones. Hillenbrand's narrative powerful illustrates how PTSD doesn't just affect the individual but also the family and community. Despite these struggles, Louis' story takes a remarkable turn when his wife Cynthia asked Louis to attend a sermon. Initially resistant, Louis experienced a transformative moment when he recalled a prayer that he made on a life raft. That prayer was that he would serve God if he survived he survived that storm in the ocean. He embraced forgiveness and discarded his vengeful obsession with Wantabe. He poured out his liquor, abandoned his self destructive habits, and found peace in his faith. This shift underscores the role of forgiveness and spirituality in healing trauma. Louis' journey from vengeance to redemption demonstrate that healing is not just about forgetting the past. I want everyone to emphasize this. It is not just about forgetting the past, but reframing it. By forgiving his captors, he freed himself from his lingering power over his psyche. His resilience, once tool for survival, became a path to inner peace. However, it is crucial to recognize that not all PTSD survivors find redemption so easily. This account reminds us that Louis' experience is both unique and universal. Many veterans continue to battle the unseen scars of war, often without the support and understanding they need. This raises an important question: how we as a society can better support those who have endured such trauma. One answer lies in the importance of storytelling. By sharing Zemprini's life, Hillenbrand brings visibility to the long term effects of war on the human mind. Literature becomes a bridge, allowing us to empathize with experiences we may never fully understand. Through narratives like Unbroken, we confront the harsh realities of war and its aftermath, fostering a deeper appreciation for the resilience for those who endured it. In conclusion, Louis Zeffrini life is a testament to both the devastating effects of war and the enduring strength of human spirit. His journey from survival to trauma to healing teaches us that resilience is not just about enduring hardship, but also finding meaning and growth in the face of it. His story compels us to understand and reflect on the hidden cost of war and the power of forgiveness, faith, and support in overcoming it. As we honor stories like Lewis, let us remember our collective responsibility to support those who have won the burnt out conflict and ensuring that not just survivors but thrivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshita. Absolutely engaging.
Thank you.
So the next presenter is Sai Krishna Prakashani Singh, Department of English, LPU.
Yes, ma'am, present.
All right. So please go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone on the dais. My research is on the voice of resilience, exploring race, gender, and identity in the poetry of Maya Angelou and Rita Dove. This research paper deals into the transformative contribution of Maya Angelou and Rita Dove to contemporary poetry with a concentrated focus on the interwoven themes of race, gender, and identity. Both poets have emerged as a vital cultural figure, using their literary work to attribute the complexity faced by the marginalized society to promote social justice. Rita Dove and Maya Angelou are two influential poets in the field of American poetry whose writing reflect the theme of empowerment, identity, and resilience. Angelo and Dove address the complex issues of race, gender, and identity in the African American experience through their poetry during a period of profound shift in the society and politics. Their work represents the spirit of protest and the fight for justice in the face of traditional barriers and reflecting marginalized people's larger hardships and victories. While Dove looks at family, memory, and historical context, provide a voice to the complex truth of Black identity across the generations. Thereafter, Angelo, a well known voice in the civil rights movement, transformed her experiences with the prejudice and discrimination into the powerful statement of self worth and defense. Their combined efforts create a vibrant canvas that promotes equality and representation while honoring the beauty and power of American African literature. Coming to understanding the historical and cultural context that influence the voices and the topics of Maya Angelou and Rita Dobbs, it's very crucial to appreciate the poetry's full impact. Both poets came to a prominence during the period of profound social change in US. An important turning point in American history was the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s, which opposed the systemic racism that has denied African Americans the right to vote for many years. Widespread social political change was made possible by this era, which was characterized by notable individuals including Rosa Parks, Max Millen, and Martin Luther King Jr. Maya Angelou's poetry emerged from this setting, much impacted by her personal experience as a black woman in the racially segregated American, as well as her active participation in the movement. Angelou's poetry were filled with the theme of perseverance and rebellion, influenced by her experience during the civil rights movement. In addition, several overlapping gender and class factors have affected the experience of African American, particularly the black woman.
Nivedita, I humbly request you to kindly mute yourself. Kindly
Yes,
keep
yes,
your
ma'am.
system muted.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Both Dove and Angelo have particularly difficulties as women of color dealing with limits and perceptions in the imposed by the patriarchal and racial system. Angelo poetry, such as Phenomenal Woman, reclaims the story of beauty, strength, and tenacity celebrating Black femininity. Her writing shows Black women are strong and confident despite of social biases, challenging the traditional roles that have been aspired to them. Angelo's voice echoes with the confidence, defining racial and gender stereotypes. The examination of gender and intersocialization in the frequency of more complex, focusing on how social and cultural elements interact with gender norms to influence Black women's life. Analyzing racial themes in the poems of Maya Angelou and Rita Dove. In both Maya Angelou and Rita Dove's poem, racial identity and difficulties of residing in a racial divided society are major themes. Maya Angelou directly addresses the harsh reality of racism, using vivid language and powerful imagery to highlight both the pain of oppression and the strength of Black community. Her works are infused with the unapologetic pride in the African American identity, serving as a declaration of resilience against societal forces. In her poem Still I Can Rise, for instance, Angelo embodied the spirit to defiance in the face of adversity. With the lines such as, You may write me down in history, Angelo asserts her resilience and determination to overcome the systematic oppression. The use of the word metaphor like the dust suggests an inevitable strength and perseverance. Another powerful example of Angelo's exploration of racial theme is found in Cage Bird. In this poem, he uses the metaphor of cage birds to represent the experience of African American living under the systematic racism. Rita Dove's poetry addresses race often does not with more nuisance and historical approach. Dove is interested in exploring how racial identities is interwoven with the cultural memory, family history, and legacy of operations. Her work frequently reflects on the way in which past injustice, continues to influence contemporary African American life, creating a bridge between the individual experiences and the broader collective history of Black community. In her Pulitzer Prize winning collection, Thomas and Bella, Dove examines the life of her grandparents, exploring the experience of an African American in the mid 20s. Coming to the gender and intersectionality in the poems of Angelo and Dove, Maya Angelou poetry often served as an affirmation of Black womanhood, directly confirming the double standard and prejudice faced by the Black society. Coming, for example, Angelou's poetry consistently emphasized that Black women are not only resistance but also deserving of love, respect, and by celebrating Black womanhood, Angelou creates a space in literature that validates the experiences and voice of Black women, offering them a sense of agency and pride. Rita Dove's approach to gender and intersectionality is often more introspective, examining how race, gender, and class interaction in life of ordinary Black people. Dove frequently portrays women navigating the boundaries of domestic life, societal expectation, and their own desire. By capturing the subtitle of their experience, Dove illustrates the pressure faced by the Black women who have fulfilled multiple roles in their family. Although Rita Dove and Maya Angelou both examines African American identity and resilience, the use of literary form and approach give their writing distinct tones and texture. In order to make a strong message about identity and
Sai
rebellion,
Krishna, please conclude.
yeah, Maya Angelou and Rita Dove poetry often profound insight into the American African literature. Angelo poetry boldly addresses the issue of racial and gender discrimination while embodying the themes of rebellion. Dove, on the other hand, takes more complex into the historical approach while addressing the issue of social justice and memory identity. Her poetry examines how cultural and personal histories are present. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sai Krishna. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Arushi Yadav from Lovely Professional University. Arushi, are you
Good
here?
afternoon, ma'am. Hello.
All right.
Ma'am, am I audible enough?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Kindly turn on your screen too.
Yes, ma'am. Is the presentation visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Arushi. I'm research scholar in History Department, Lovely Professional University. The paper which I'm going to present today is titled Ancient India's Climate Resilient Agricultural Practices, Case Studies from Vedic to Gupta Period for Sustainable Solutions in Modern Agriculture. This is basically an interdisciplinary paper which connects the historical knowledge which is often reflected in the text of that period with environmental studies in order to find solutions for modern problems. First of all, there is one thing which I would like to highlight is that the very term sustainability is not a modern term as most of us believe or most of us know. Definitely, this term has gained a lot of attention these days due to the fact that the entire globe has developed a consensus that it is the point where we need to have a transition towards sustainable lifestyle if we need to save our planet, which is due to the fact which humans have caused damage to the nature and to the earth. However, the very term sustainability is reflected in Prithvi Shukta of Atharva Veda, though not explicitly. It reflects that the ancient people lived in close proximity of nature and thus they always had a reverence for nature. They lived sustainability not because it was a necessity. However, sustainability was a part of lifestyle back then. So I do believe that the solutions which are provided into the ancient text like the Vedic text, the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, or the text belonging to the Gupta period, the Buddhist text. They all have various elements which can be implemented today with scientific explanation in order to find solution to modern problems. So talking about the key theme of my paper, it basically talks about finding climate resilient agricultural practices which were practiced in ancient Indian civilizations from the Vedic to Gupta period, and these practices were recorded into the text belonging to those period like Rigved, Arthashastra, Ashokan inscription, as well as text belonging to the Buddhist period like Jatak tells, etc. Second, the paper explores that how these practices were designed to mitigate environmental stress and at that period of time, and how they can provide a potential solution to modern agricultural challenges like soil erosion, water scarcity, and climate variability. So first, I would introduce the modern agricultural challenges and the vulnerability caused by them. We all know that agriculture is nowadays facing significant challenges. Some of it is obviously caused by climate change, and there are several other challenges which are anthropogenic in nature. The challenges which are caused by climate change includes weather pattern, floods, droughts, and shifting monsoon cycles, particularly in South Asia. And concerning the fact that India is a country which is heavily dependent on rain, thus these climate change disrupts the agriculture and it creates a difficult situation for farmers as well. Apart from these challenges posed by climate change, there are several challenges which are caused by human themselves, such as excessive use of fertilizers, which creates a lot of problem for health as well as environment. And all these challenges put a large section of people under the vulnerable tag. This happens due to the increasing risk of crop failure, decreasing yield, and increasing food insecurity. And thus, we need solutions which are sustainable as well as practical. And here comes the ancient text which can provide with us such solutions. The objective of my paper is to investigate traditional agricultural method in India from Vedic to Gupta period and to check their focus whether they can act as a potential solution for modern problems or not. If I talk about the historical context of my period, it is from Vedic period to Gupta period, and the timeline of Vedic period is basically 1500 BCE to 500 BCE. And during this period, agriculture was mainly community driven and it was integrated with nature cycle. We get references from Rig Veda and Atharva Veda, where these texts talk about the agricultural practices. Next comes the modern period, which lies in the timeline from 322 BC to 185 BC. Here we see that the rulers like Chandragupta Maurya, they were actually contributing into agriculture by developing ponds and lakes. Next, we have the Gupta period, which falls into the timeline of 320 AD to 550 BCE, sorry, CE. This period saw further development in agricultural system where irrigation, crop rotation, and efficient land management practices were focused on. Now, I would talk about the key findings of my paper. The first is water management in ancient India. We can find various references of water management into ancient India, right from the Vedic text to the text which were related to the rulers. So, the major techniques which were used to manage water resources in ancient India, particularly for agriculture uh, purposes, were the building up of step well and tanks, canals, reservoirs, and rainwater harvesting. We get the reference of all these techniques from the ancient text and edicts. For example, there is a lake known as Sudarshan Lake, which was built during the Mauryan period and it was later restored in the Gupta period, which actually highlights that state did play a role in maintaining water resources. Next is even in Ashokan edicts, we get reference where Ashoka ordered his minister to dig well, and to promote agroforestry. Next is crop diversification. Now, why crop diversification is important? Crop diversification is very crucial as it reduces risk from environmental changes, pests, and diseases, and it also improve food security and economic stability. And talking about the fact that we need sustainable agriculture, it also falls under goal 2 of the sustainable development goals. The practices which were there in ancient India for diversifying crops was growing multiple crops like barley, wheat, rice, and pulses on the same land. And then the ancient people practiced mixed cropping to ensure resilient against crop failures. Now, why it was important? It was important because it enhanced soil fertility and reduced dependency on single crop, and it thus provided nutritional and economic benefits to communities. The impact of crop diversification has been recognized worldwide, and even the government is focusing a lot on diversification crop practices. The examples we get are from Gupta period, where a lot of crops like rice, wheat, sugarcane, and spices were produced, and we get the reference from Kalidas text and other text. Next, we have organic farming, right from the.
Arushi, please
Yes,
conclude.
ma'am.
Please conclude, Arushi.
Okay, ma'am. So we had organic farming and then agroforestry. If I have to conclude this, I would say that the ancient Indian agricultural society had a lot to offer for our modern problems, and these ancient methods are highly relevant to modern agricultural challenges. And more scientific studies are needed to ensure the practicality of these ancient method to offer practical solutions for the anthropogenic challenges which we have caused. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Arushi. A very well executed interdisciplinary study. Thank you. The next presenter is Mitali Mishra, PhD scholar, Amity, University, Noida. Mitali, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So please go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mitali. I'm a faculty member at Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi University, and I'm also doing my PhD from Amity University. I'm looking at a slightly unusual topic, which is trees in partition literature in the context of the recovery operation. The paper came about as I visited the museum, Partition Museum in Amritsar, and I saw a huge tree of hope, which is fashioned out of barbed wires there in the Hall of Hope. And it provides a space for visitors to reflect on the partition and on their visit to the museum. So visitors are given a green paper, which is fashioned into leaves, and you write your notes and put it on the installation. So anyway, I was trying to figure what this tree could possibly represent. What could the tree ultimately turning green with all the notes from the visitors represent? Was this tree the undivided nation? Were the branches then the countries that came out of an undivided India? What were the symbols? Were the trees really the fallen people, etc.? And then I looked at a lot of short stories. I'm not going to go through. I have a sort of compilation of all the ways in which the tree represents all these different aspects that I've spoken about: displaced people, citizens, countries. Rahi Masoom Raza's Andha Gaon, there is a line there which says, citizenship can either be acquired by physically transporting oneself to a new land or by a shared metaphysical faith, in the same way as a gigantic banyan tree can't be transported to another place without being chopped down. Dibyendu Patil's short story Alam's Own House has references to the tree, as Sayyida Farida Rahman's story from Bangla, which is also translated as Roots, again, refers to banyan trees. Of course, Isma Chuktai's very famous story, Roots, has Amma who compares herself to a banyan tree. But interestingly, I will just read this one line from this Isma Chuktai story, where Amma says that she's both the tree which is rooted and a splinter which has been thrown on the road. So I'm going to look carefully at two stories, Jamila Hashmi's Exile and Kulwant Singh Work's Weeds, to show how and what the trees can symbolize, especially for women within partition stories. So in Exile, the narrator is a Muslim girl who has been abducted and is married to Gurpal in an Indian village called Sangrao. And there she says, the pear tree in the courtyard has blossomed every year since Munni, her daughter, was born. When the seasons change, its branches become so heavy with flower and fruit that they bend to the ground. The bond between the tree and the earth is strong. The roots of the tree burrow even deeper into the ground. No one can break that bond. But when she thinks about herself, she says, my life also has taken roots, even though she's been abducted and is in a marriage which she doesn't want to be, but the roots have spread far and wide. And now that she has children, especially a daughter, Munni, she says, this is where I'm rooted. At the same time, the story also has dichotomous images where she grapples with the sense of not belonging, of not having her roots anywhere. And these images also center around trees. For example, she says, when the women of the neighborhood sit under a neem tree and sing, I remain silent. In the wilderness of my home, I am like that lonely tree which neither blossoms nor bears fruit. And she says this in conjunction with the fact that she's already a mother. Trees, in their cyclical blossoming, of course, reflect fertility. They're associated with renewal and adaptability. Looking at herself as a mother, she should be like the tree, thinking that she's putting her roots down deeper. But her three children don't give her the roots she desires. Instead, she says, who will accept me if I move from here? Munni stands between me and my roots, which are on the other side, which is now, a different country, which is now Pakistan, from where she has been displaced. So despite becoming a wife, a daughter-in-law, and a mother, yet she feels that she cannot blossom nor can she bear fruits. So this story can be read as a re-rendering of the tragedy that befell women who were abducted and forced into motherhood. It references also the inadequacy of the recovery operation. I'm assuming we are familiar with this. Women who were abducted and then were sent back to what were recognized as their parent countries based on their religion. The story communicates that the tree, nation, village, family, religion, whatever it is that the tree represents, whatever was supposed to give roots to the women actually turns out to be very unreliable for the women. They were left adrift, like Amma in Isma Chuktai's story, like this unnamed narrator. Women were subjected to violence, abducted, abandoned, and rejected, both by the enemy and very often by their own families. And the narrator in Exile, towards the end of the story, seems to reveal the understanding of her predicament, because there she's not looking at the rooted banyan tree as a symbol for herself. She says, the fields of wheat had yet to ripen. The wind swept over the tender plants and bent them to the ground. When the wind blows, everyone has to bend. Everyone has to bend before the wind. Everyone has to bend. The second story I'm looking at is Kulwant Singh Work's story called Khabbal, which is translated as weeds. And there is a similar juxtaposing of the contrast between the permanence of the trees and the flimsiness of the weeds. There is a young Jat who is looking at the devastation in a village in Pakistan 3 or 4 months after partition. Everything is desolate and ruined. Cherished items are lying in undistinguished piles in public spaces. Despair, sorrow, fear, out of joint, uprooted. These are the words that are used to evoke the emotions of people who are now being shifted to alien spaces. Looking at them, when this young man expresses anguish that the country was ruined, his father consoles him by saying that people, though they are right now refugees, they are uprooted, they are like weeds and they will sprout again. So it's a positive image, it's an image of hope. It's a sort of dismissal of the suffering, but at the same time, the narratorial voice says the migrants who had got a small piece of land settled down, they found solace in what had been temporarily allotted. They built a wall around their piece of earth. They tied a buffalo to it. They dug pits to light their fires. They found time to sit around a fire and smoke a hookah together. So this is the reality of one set of refugees that this young man is talking about. But the reality for women was very different. The narrator, which is of course biographically also true work, was a government liaison officer in the recovery operation, and he goes to fetch this woman who is the wife of a Numbardar in originally in an Indian village who has been abducted by a Muslim man. And when he goes to recover her, she says she's lying very ill, injured. She's lying like those displaced pieces the young man sees. And the narrator at that point says that the wife of another man now abducted and with in the home of another man, though we don't see this man, is one of the ugliest things he has ever seen. So there is a certain gesture towards the immorality and the lack of ethics of obviously the abduction. And despite the fact that this woman is talking to a recovery officer, so this is her ticket back home that she can go back, she actually says no. The story takes a different turn, and she just says she points to this officer and says, because you are a Sikh man and I was also a Sikh, so for that religious brotherhood that we share, you bring one of my sister-in-laws who's in a nearby village who's also been abducted, bring her here.
Mitali, please
Yeah.
conclude.
And the what I'm trying to say through my analysis of this is that, as we have seen in the recovery operation, women were forced to move unlike trees as weeds. Their ability to be supplanted from one home to another is what patriarchal society reveres in them. But when they actually use that agency, like this woman does, to try and find new routes, then their nation or their country did not allow them that. So your ability to flower or get transplanted also is heavily ruled by your religious affiliations, what you are allowed to have by your state or your country. So in this paper, I've looked at the image of the nation, home, or family as a tree that has deep roots, contrasted against images of bending grass, weed, or leaf where the women are concerned. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Your overall attention to detail made your presentation more powerful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next presenter is Idris Bello. Next one is Baba Jumeta Usman, Abhay Singh Rana, Nivedita Mishra. Nivedita, you are not audible now. Kindly unmute yourself. No, not audible. We cannot hear you. Please speak up.
Pallavi?
Yes, ma'am.
I think she is Nivedita Tiwari. And
Are you all right, ma'am? I'll just ask her. You are Nivedita Tiwari or you're Nivedita Mishra? Please, please drop a message in the inbox. And please rejoin if there is the issue related to sound. Kindly exit and then rejoin. And the other one is till the time she'll be able to connect back. The other presenter is Praveen Kumar from LPU. Praveen, are you there in the group? Are you there in the meeting? All right, Nivedita, not audible. Kindly leave the platform and rejoin. Ma'am, I think she's having some technical issue.
Yes, Pallavi.
And apart from that, all the presentations, we were having 14 and 9 are done. So
Yes,
she's the
yes.
10th one. So we are done with all the presentations, ma'am.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you so much.
So ma'am, would you like to
Yes,
give your feedback or should we wait
yes.
for the lady?
I don't think like she'll be able to join.
So ma'am, it's a humble request to
Yes,
you to
yes.
kindly
Okay, okay,
share
okay.
your
Thank you.
valuable feedback with us.
Okay, Pallavi.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So the first presentation was given by Chitra Bajpayee, and in her presentation, she highlighted on Kamla Markanda, Arundhati Rai, Anita Desai's novel, in which female characters they suffer and find peace in their ecological environment. She has also focused on the ecological issues faced by women characters in their novels. The second presentation was given by Abraham Attaha, and in his presentation, he highlighted the problems faced in Nigerian university, and he has talked about the problem at the social level and the university level, and all kind of problems that are found in the society. And he has also highlighted the decay in the university system and the larger society, like the so many evils, so many vices are there, like the prostitution and the injustice done to people in the society. The next presentation was given by Ritu Limba, and in her presentation, she highlighted the people who live in camps during the process of migration, and she has also highlighted on the people moving from one country to the another country and the problem of identity faced by these people. The next presentation was given by Irina on artificial intelligence, human insight, and evolving relationship between AI, art, and human experience. And in her presentation, she highlighted on the changing link between AI, art, and human experience and how all these are interrelated. She has also focused in her presentation how AI tool has made our life more comfortable. And the next presentation was given by Rajkumari. She focused on social exploitation of the tribal people and the rhythm of tribal life in all their innocence, their culture, social custom, tradition, and rituals. She has also focused because of the ruling class and the way the subaltern people resist in the society. And she has also focused on the theme of marginality and the suffering in the novel. Next presentation was given by Akshita Mahajan. In her presentation, she has highlighted the World War story of survival, resilience, and redemption, and how all these three themes combine together to overreach the message of human dignity. And it is also the story about the capacities of human beings to survive and serve others, including their country. Next presentation was given by Sai Krishna Prakashini. In her presentation, she highlighted how Maya Angelou portrays the social, political, and the psychological barrier faced by the Black African American, and also Rita Dawes' concern around the set of experiences, development of dreams, and the expectations of every African American. The next presentation was given by Arushi Yadav. She focused on how ancient texts have become the solution to all modern problems. And she highlighted on the importance of Vedas and whatever the problems are faced by modern men have solution in ancient texts. And she has also talked about the various agricultural devices and the tools used in Vedas and ancient texts. The last presentation was given by Mitali Mishra. Very beautiful presentation given by her. In her presentation, she focused on the importance of trees in the partition short stories. And I am very thankful to the organizer, and I am very happy to be the part of this conference. And thank you, Sanjay, for giving me this opportunity. Like I am the part of this conference. Thank you so much. Like this is a learning platform, and I think all the presenters, they have learned a lot. Thank you, Pallavi.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, Nivedita, are you able to connect back?
Ma'am, sorry for interrupt. My presentation has not been done. It's
What's your
still
name,
Daraksha. My name is
ma'am?
Daraksha.
But you are not in this technical session. Kindly check your technical session.
Okay, ma'am.
The
This is
presentations which are the
Ma'am,
present.
is this technical session 1 or 2? Is this
It is
means hall
technical
1,
session one.
hall 2?
It is hall one.
Hall 1. Okay, because hall 2, I am not getting entry.
So kindly connect with the co-chair. He or she'll be able to connect you to the hall, to your meet.
Alright, so shall I leave this conference now?
Obviously.
Okay, okay.
You kindly get connected to the right technical session. Once again, I just ask the participants who still left, if you are there in the group, kindly respond.
Okay.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
is Idris
I'm yet to give my
Bello.
presentation.
You are?
Myself, Dr. Vibhash Ranjan, ma'am.
Sir, your presentation is not here. Kindly check your hall. Kindly check your technical session.
Just give me few seconds, ma'am. It is in hall number 2, I think.
Yes, it is hall number 1.
Okay, okay. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
So I'm just taking the names of the participants who are still left. Idris Bello, Baba Jimeta Usman, Abhay Singh Rana, Nivedita Mishra, or Dr. Chaya Malviya, Associate Professor of English from Nehru Gram Bharati University, Prayagraj. And the last one who is not presented yet is Praveen Kumar, School of Liberal and Creative Arts, Lovely Professional University.
Good evening, ma'am. My
Good
name
evening.
is Monica.
All right.
My name is also there in this presentation list.
No, not here, madam.
Okay.
You kindly check your technical session and the hall.
Okay, ma'am.
The only presentations left is only of these 5, the names I've taken.
Okay, ma'am.
So I hope that nobody is there in the group, nobody is there in the meeting.
I have just checked it, ma'am. It's hall number 1, ma'am.
Yes, sir. It is no, it is hall number 1, but your name is not here.
Ma'am, but my name here in the list figures at, I have been allotted the
Your
slot.
serial number is?
9, ma'am.
Your serial number is 9, hall number 1.
Yes.
I'll just check it again. Just
Yes,
give me a
ma'am. Theme
minute.
of imperialism and identity in Amitabh Ghosh novel.
All right, I'll just. It is not there. It is not there.
Ma'am, sorry. The second session has also been started the same link, please.
All right. So 9th one is Praveen Kumar.
No, he belongs to the second session. He is
All
right
right.
here.
So this is the first session. So Kavita ma'am, I hope that no presenters are left now.
Yes.
So it's a humble request that we should leave the platform now, ma'am.
Yes.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much, and thank you, presenters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kavita ma'am and Pallavi ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good evening to all of you. As the second session has been started, as first has been completed. Good evening to all of you present over here on Google Meet platform.
Very good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Just wait 1 minute and we will start the presentations after the entry of our chairperson, Dr. Gitanjali Thapar ma'am. So may I have roll call of the presentation presenter? V. Matthew. Third one is fifth one is that sixth one Anupriya. Seventh one Dr. Vivek. Eighth one Dr. Ramesh Sharma. Ninth one Dr. Vishwas Ranjan.
Yes, sir. Present.
Nupur Seth. 12th one Samiran Dolai. And 13th one Sajid Rashid.
Yes, sir. Purnam here.
Excuse me, sir. My name is missing, Dr. Monica Rena. This is the technical session 2, Hall 1. Dr. Monica Rena.
Dr. Monica Raina, number 4.
Yeah,
I called it.
I was
Dr.
not
Monica
able to
Raina,
hear it, sir. Yeah, Dr. Monica Rena.
Saraswati Nagar, Shimla.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, Rishit.
Hello.
Sajid.
Yeah, sorry.
I repeat it once again. Inatoli Shohe. Are you present?
Yes, sir. I'm present.
Okay. V. Sri Mathi. Are you present? Okay. Lalit Chawla. Are you present? Lalit Chawla. Are you present? Dr. Bipan Raj. Sardar Patel University, Madhya Pradesh. Are you present? No. Sir Vivek. Government College, Una. Are you present? Dr. Ramesh Sharma. Present. Medha Kumari. Yes. Nupur Seth. Samira Dole. Are you present? Sajid Rashid.
Yes, sir.
So I think there are 4 presenters.
Very good
Sir,
afternoon.
I am also present, sir. Dr. Vibhash Ranjan. Actually, your voice was not audible. That's why I couldn't respond. It's
Good
number 9,
afternoon.
sir.
This is number
Number
6, Anupriya Sharma. I'm also present, sir.
Divesh Ranjan.
Vibhash Ranjan, sir.
Okay, sir.
Ji.
Okay, sir. Sri
Good
Mathi.
afternoon, sir. This is Anupriya Sharma. I'm allotted number 6. Hello. Am I audible, sir? Hello.
Srimathi, are you present?
Hello, good afternoon, sir. This is Anupriya Sharma, allotted number 6 in technical session 2, hall 1.
We just wait for our chairperson, Dr. Gitanjali Thapar, who is just
Sir, I feel she's already here. I feel she's already here in this, hall, because I just sent a message to her and she said I'm in.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible? This is Anupriya Sharma from Government College, Bilaspur.
Ma'am, you are audible.
Ma'am, hold on. We were actually waiting for the, chairperson to join. I
I
just
just want to confirm, sir, if my name is there because sir didn't call my name.
okay.
Number 6, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Make sure, rest free.
Sushil ji, I've joined.
Our worthy chairperson has just joined in. Sushil sir, please take up.
Ma'am, join.
Yes, I've joined.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Good evening to all of you present over here on Google Meet. Ma'am, may I have the permission to start our today's session?
Yes, of course. You can start with the technical session.
I being the co-chair of the current technical session of 4:15 to 4:45 p.m. on December 14, 2024, welcome our worthy chair, Dr. Gitanjali Thapar, along with the galaxy of researchers and academicians from worldwide in the third International Conference 2024, Sustainable Global Goals in World Literature and Contemporary Studies, Remodeling, uh, Gnoseological Interlinkages. Before proceeding, I would like to introduce to all about our today's chair, Dr. Gitanjali Thapar ma'am. Ma'am, it is not complete yet. It is briefly framed. Dr. Gitanjali Thapar is presently working as an assistant professor at Himachal Pradesh University, Institute of Legal Studies, Shimla, a double gold medalist at the university level. She has more than 17 years of teaching experience in the HEIS, a graduate of the prestigious St. Bede's College, Shimla. She has pursued her higher studies at Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. She is an eminent academician, a prolific poet, and a passionate creative writer with a profound sense of exploring different genres. Her creative writings have been published in books like Life's Run, an anthology of poetry, and the poetry of silence. Fostering e-education, a YouTube channel was also created by her to reach out to a broader student community through engaging videos and lectures, which are very famous among students. Currently, she is engaged with the English Language Teacher Association as a General Secretary for the Shimla chapter. She is also associated with the Himachal Pradesh University's Alumni Association as a Joint Secretary. She is also serving as an editorial member for the Himachal Pradesh University Alumni magazine, Panorama. As a volunteer for the NGO Gunj, she strives to contribute her bit to society. As an NSS program officer at HPU ILS, she has also contributed to community service by upholding institutional social responsibility through enhanced extension activities. Besides this, as the IQAC coordinator at HPUI-LS, she led collaborative and innovative initiatives for maintaining and enhancing academic standards and institutional effectiveness. Her areas of interest are English literature, legal language, communication skills, and the importance of the English language in e-content development. Recently, she has published her book entitling Echoes of Tradition, Exploring Girish Kannad's Theatrical Pilgrimage. Ma'am, it is not an end of your vistas. Rather, I think the lines from Robert Frost Stopping by Woods on a Snow Evening poem, "See to you, woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep." I would like to make aware of the instruction to be followed by while presenting their papers. First of all, please ensure your video camera on mode while presenting your paper. Please obey time limit for each presentation, that is 7 to 10 minutes. Please, all participants will be called on serial wise. If there is any technical glitch or any error, then the turn of the respective presenter will be after the serial number 13 or so. Please give preference of oral presentation only. After the completion of each presentation, our worthy chairperson, ma'am, sorry, will ask questions or give suggestions or make judgment or valuable feedback. So please stay over here till the end of this session. So may I have started the session now, ma'am, please?
Yes, Sushilji, thank you so much for introducing me and welcome. I welcome all the participants here, and it is my pleasure to be here. And I'm eagerly waiting to listen to all the participants. And we can begin with the first participant. And after the presentation of each and every participant, we will have a small discussion, and that's how we are going to proceed with the technical session. You can begin with the first participant, Sushilji.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a
All
lot,
right.
ma'am.
All right.
I would like to invite first presenter, Inatolis Shohe, a research scholar of sociology, School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Languages, Lovely Professional University, Punjab. And her topic is transgender youth, the alarming reality of gender reality and child abuse. Ma'am, please.
Hello, sir. Can I share my screen?
Definitely, ma'am.
Is it visible, the screen?
Not yet, ma'am.
To the coordination of workers' technical knowledge and social intellect. So basically, it was rooted in human labor. And in 1956, John McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence. In the last few years, Benedetta Brevini has boiled AI down to the ability of machines to mimic and perform human cognitive functions. And Matteo Pasqualini says that the intelligence of technological
Hello, sir. Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am.
What about now, sir? Is it visible? Hello, sir. Is it visible, the screen?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, then please allow me to present without.
Definitely, ma'am. Please, without any.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Idat Shehe from lovely professional university, Punjab, and then today I'll be presenting on my research paper, Transgender Youth, the alarming reality of gender identity and child abuse. So, the objective of my paper is to study the problems faced by the transgender children in the society, and the second is to spread awareness and highlight the major issues that the transgender children go through in the society. And speaking about my research methodology, the paper mainly focuses on the derivative data, and then secondary data was acquired from various sources including books, newspapers, published materials, census reports, reports from the international labor organizations, etc. Coming to the introduction, transgender youths are individuals whose gender identity differs from the sex assigned to them at birth. So, gender identity refers to a deeply personal sense of being male, female, or another gender. So, understanding and protecting transgender youth is critical because they face higher risk of discrimination and mental health challenges compared to their cisgender peers. So, some of the challenges faced by transgender youth are the high rates of bullying and discrimination in schools and communities, also limited access to gender affirming healthcare due to systematic barriers and stigma, and then family rejection increases the risk of homelessness and substance abuse. Speaking about the statistical report, in India, 18% of transgender are physically abused, 62% are verbally abused in school, and then 15% are harassed by students
Sorry.
as well as.
Ensure your video camera on, please.
Sorry, sir?
Please ensure your video camera on, please.
Oh, okay, sir.
This is live now.
Okay, sir, can I continue?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. So over 50% child face the children face rejection from their family members, and then in a study conducted by Swasti Health Resource Center and NGO in India, it is revealed that the 4 out of 10 transgender persons are abused during their childhood itself. And according to this data, the percent of abuse is 18% in 5 to 10 years age group, 68% in 11 to 15 age group, and then 14% in 16 to 17 age group. So coming to my research gap, despite the Supreme Court's provision of legal acknowledgement, the practical circumstances have not undergone transformation as it has proven ineffective in mitigating their marginalization. And then due to the social stigma, less attention has been paid towards their issue, and henceforth insufficient studies are done on transgender children. And also the complex relationship between gender identity, child maltreatment, and the difficulties faced by the transgender children is a major problem faced by the society, which needs to be tackled and solved before it leads to more issues in the future. So, when it comes to the intersection of gender and child abuse, the first can be seen in the form of social exclusion, where many transgender children struggle to find acceptance among their peers. They may face rejection or exclusion from social activities, which can lead to feelings of loneliness and alienation. And besides this, they experience rejection from their own families when they come out as transgender. So, this can result in homelessness or the need to seek alternative living arrangements, making them vulnerable to further social exclusion. The next is in the form of sexual assault where due to the prejudice and social marginalization that transgender children frequently experience, they may be more vulnerable to sexual abuse, and because of the lack to access appropriate healthcare and support services following a sexual assault, it gets more challenging for transgender children, especially if healthcare providers are not acknowledgeable about transgender specific needs. Another, excuse me. Another intersection can be seen in the form of domestic violence, where the perpetrators of domestic violence often use isolation as a tactic to control their victims, and the transgender children may be further isolated due to the discrimination, making it harder for them to seek help or support. So it involves transphobic abuse such as derogatory comments, misgendering, or threats related to their gender identity, where they also lack access to supportive networks or services that understand their unique needs. The other point can be seen in the form of denial of services, where the denial of services to transgender children in the form of discrimination that can have uh, serious and harmful consequences for their well-being and development. So this discrimination can occur in various contexts, including healthcare, education, housing, and social services. In educational settings, transgender children may experience denial of services in the form of bullying, harassment, or discrimination from both peers and educators. They also face challenges in accessing gender affirmation facilities like restrooms and changing rooms. So when we have to come to discussion, the transgender children sexual assault must be addressed with compassion and understanding. If a transgender child discloses a sexual assault, it is crucial to believe and support them, listen to their feelings and concerns without judgment, also advocating and creating safe and inclusive spaces where the transgender children can find support and protection, encouraging the child to seek medical attention and counseling from professionals who are acknowledgeable about transgender issues and trauma is a major step in helping them. The next, in the case of domestic violence, it is crucial to approach the issue among transgender children with sensitivity, empathy, and commitment to providing them with the support and protection that need to live safe and fulfilling lives. So addressing domestic violence amongst transgender children and youth requires a comprehensive and empathetic approach where providing mental health counseling and support services that are acknowledgeable about transgender issues and trauma offers a great help to these children. Also, in the discrimination and denial of services can have serious and long-lasting negative effects. So it is essential to address
Ma'am, please wind up.
yes, these issues promptly and effectively. In conclusion, transgender children need ongoing advocacy and assistance within the educational framework. And as Lakshmi Narayan Pitrati, a transgender activist, once said, I don't want anything else but just treat me with dignity and normalize our existence in the society. I want your love and respect. And this ongoing for dignity and love can only end with gender sensitive social spaces and a gender inclusive education system. Thank you.
All right. I think a good
Spite of
topic you have
having in
selected for your presentation.
Thank
Yes,
you,
Sushil.
ma'am.
Yeah, I have some suggestions and some observations in your paper. Number one, your title, transgender youth. Why, in particular, you have taken up, a topic and with the word transgender youth? Reason being, in the gender spectrum, when we talk about gender identity, it is an internal sense, of being a male or a female. So, why particularly transgender youth?
Web says I am particularly doing my studies on child abuse, and then youth. It also comes from the age of 15 years.
All
So
right.
that is why I chose both
Okay,
youth.
because reason being, gender identity and child abuse are very separate concept. But
Yes,
of course, like you are saying that you are researching on that, so they might intersect at some point. Particularly, when transgenders or the gender diverse youth, they face mistreatment, and when you delve deep into the study, you find that it is since their youth that they, are facing non-conformity in society. Okay, one suggestion in your paper, like you have mentioned here about only about child abuse. There are other kinds of abuse also, abuses which you can refer to, like there are verbal abuse, which
Yes, yes.
relates to invalidation, forcing these transgenders to conform to gender norms. Then there are conversion therapy. These are certain points which you can add in your paper. And these are the type of abuses which stems from societal prejudices, where there are deliberate mistreatment by others, particularly of the transgenders. In the last, you have also mentioned Lakshmi's example, and you can also cite some legal victories also, if you have read some Supreme Court judgments, maybe if you can take down another reference of the year 2014, the Supreme Court of India, in a very important landmark judgment, that was Nalsa versus Union of India, they have recognized these transgenders as a third gender, right? And
Yes, ma'am.
another thing which you can add here is about the Transgender Protection Act of the year 2019. All right.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, one question. You have said that you have used the word alarming reality of gender identity. Why do you think it is, a topic which we should take into account as an alarming reality? Why alarming reality of gender identity?
Well, because this topic, when it comes to transgender, we all know about it. It's very common. We hear about it. However, the issues they face, maybe there is not enough awareness to it. So that is one of the reason why it is an alarming reality, where people see that in the society it's going on, the issues they face. However, there are like less voices for them, especially from the cisgender people, to voice out for them, the transgender people.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bab.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Maybe proceed, ma'am.
Yes, we can move in with the second presentation.
I would like to invite V. Srimathi to present paper within the stipulated time, please. And the topic is mental health and well-being as a global goal, exploring suicide and artistic recovery in Girl in Pieces. Please start. You are not audible. You are not audible, please. Check your mic.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, yes, yes. You are audible. Start, please.
Yeah, so good afternoon to everyone. I'm Srimati, a research scholar from Shiminachi Government Arts College for Women from Madurai. So my research is on mental health and well-being as a global goal, exploring suicide and artistic recovery in Girl in Pieces. So the primary source that I have chosen for this research is Kathleen Glaslow's novel Girl in Pieces. Now, as you all have known that nowadays suicide and mental illness is increasing in an alarming rate. So, according to World Health Organization, about 720,000 people are dying every year, and one person in every eight people among the world is actually suffering from mental illness. This shows how mental health become an urgent global concern nowadays. And among the 17 goals in SDG, number three, third goal deals with good health and well-being. And in the third goals, there are 13 targets within that. And within the targets, I have chosen 3.4. Target number 3.4 particularly deals with the non-communicable disease and promote mental health. So I have chosen that particular target number 3.4 for my research. My study focuses on the main objective of my studies are analyzing how Girl in Pieces portrays mental health recovery, and also about explore the novel's connection to SDGs number 3 goal through artistic expression and community support. And also it offers insights and into how literature can contribute to global mental health advocacy. And I have used one theory in this in my research, and it's about Thomas Joyner's interpersonal theory of suicide. In this theory, he has suggested three major factors, likely perceived burdensomeness, and then thwarted belongingness, and acquired capability of death. So these are the three factors mainly the suicide, the people who are suffering from suicide ideation will have in their mind. So I am incorporating these three factors into my research. Um, now going into the main thesis. First, Charlie is the main protagonist of my novel, and she suffered from family abuse. Her father died because of committing suicide, and her mother abuses her all the times. And she doesn't have anyone around her. She only have one friend named Ellis, and she also committed suicide in the later part of the story. And that makes her so traumatized and loneliness in her life. And also in the part of the story, she become a homelessness because of a small conflict with her mother, and that leads to a bad company. She got some bad company when she was homeless, and that leads to a habit of self-harming herself. She doesn't want to suffer from pain and depression and isolation and traumatic expressions. So instead of that, she chose to self-harm herself to deal with her problems. So it becomes a coping mechanism for her. And also the stigma against self-harm and mental illness also increases her isolation and loneliness. And main factor I'm including in my research is art therapy as one of the coping mechanism and the prevention treatment for people suffering from suicide ideation. So art therapy, there are a lot of studies are done on the connection between art and mental health recovery. So art therapy is about letting people to express their emotion and bottled up feelings through art. The research has shown that art therapy can assist patients in opening up and sharing their feelings, views, and experiences, offering relief from symptoms of depression, anxiety, and cognitive impairments. The government of India also took part in this thing, and they have actually the Art Therapy Association of India was established in 2019, benefits a lot of people suffering from it. So in by seeing it in the novel, Charlie loves to draw. She always, whenever she feels depressed or whatever problem she faces, she will go and draw. She drew the portrait of her friends or whatever she feels. Without her knowing, she expresses her innermost turmoils and depression through it. For example, in a novel, she drew a portrait of her father, and she drew small, tiny bottle of pills instead of the teeth of her father, showing how her father died because of suicide. So subconsciously she drew what her feelings or emotions are through her drawings. It became a comfort zone for her. And later part of the novel, she also want her drawing to be seen and appreciated by other people in her life. For example, she drew a portrait of a friend named Ivana, and Ivan was also a person who suffers from a lot of problems. And when he saw the drawing of himself drawn by Charlie, he felt a hope. He wants to be the person in that portrait. That helped him to recover. And also by thinking that a lot of people are happy, Charlie too fills with happiness. So in the end of the novel, she almost recovers because of her expression through art, and artistic expression acts a coping mechanism for Charlie and leads her to recovery. Now, other factor, one of the main thing is artist expression, and another is community. Like Joyner states that being belong somewhere, the need to be belong is the major factor a person crave for. And when she found friends and a community around her, for example, a few friends named Blue and also a landlady, that landlady helps her to organize a gallery for her. In that, she showcase all her drawings and portraits, and got a lot of help from society. So this kind of community also helps in recovery. And the key findings that I found in my papers are, through artistic expression, the novel portrays artistic expression is one of the transformative tools in mental health recovery, and also how art serves as a coping mechanism in life. And social support and belonging reduces the feeling of isolation. So these are the key findings that I have found in my paper. And also for the limitation, I have done just one novel. I haven't included all other novels in my research. And also it focuses on artistic one, just one coping mechanism. There are other coping mechanisms in the novel too, like music and a lot more, but I have only focused on one. And also one SDG 3 goals, I haven't included all the goals. So it's, these are the limitations of mine. And although for future we research can be done on other coping mechanisms, other theories, other SDG goals, these are the scope for further research. And to conclude, Girl in Places vividly depicts the complexities of mental health and recovery. So it highlights how literature is raising awareness and driving global conversation around mental health advocacy. And it also provides insights into like how innovative recovery methods like artist expression can help in help people to recover from their depressions. Thank you.
All right, Srimati V. I think a very interesting title and research work you have undertaken. A few things, like you mentioned, 1 in every 8 person, is under this threat. And when we talk about the global concerns, can we call this as a narrative of resilience and recovery? Because you have talked about artistic recovery, and you've also talked about creativity as a therapy, and you have related it to the sustainable goal 3, that is mental health as a critical priority, that is out of the goals. So can we call it a narrative of resilience and recovery?
Sure. There are also resilience in the novel. The short Charlie also portrays that kind of things. So we can also call that.
Okay, because Charlie Davis, the main protagonist of the novel, struggles with self-harm, suicidal thoughts, and very severe traumatized conditions. So, can you tell me how you situate this protagonist in the present scenario, in the global context, when we take into account, societal or suicide prevention as a priority in the contemporary times? How do you portray
Like,
this character? Charles
yes,
Davis.
in a,
Charlie
in a,
Davis.
yes, ma'am. So in the contemporary society, like Charlie, when she tries to find a place for herself, later words, she wants to recover. So she searches for a job, but she has scars on her hands. So seeing that, a lot of people doesn't want to give her jobs and everything. So kind of a societal stigma is in the society. People even now feels a bit kind of they don't want to talk about suicide and self harm. They just want to hide it. So we can see it in the novel, ma'am. Like she suffers some child abuse and childhood traumas, everything that leads to a big problems in her life.
Okay, so we can also add in here that the artistic recovery, as you have mentioned in your topic, suicide and artistic recovery. So it can also serve as a metaphor because it also symbolizes the universal human need for expression through which one can come back to the normal life. Okay, good one. Interesting paper. Okay, thank you. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Shri Lalit for his vision of Vivekananda and White, a critical study. Your paper. Ma'am, I think he is not here.
Okay, we can move on to the next presenter then.
Hello, ma'am. I am Niveta Mishra. I also want to present my
So
paper.
next presenter is
Hello, ma'am. Are you hearing me?
Yes, Nivedita ji, let us just confirm whether you are in our technical session or not.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Are you hearing me?
List, please.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, I want to present my research paper, Love, Life and Barrenness in Anita Desai's novel Voices in the City. Abstract, Voices in the City is very famous novel of
Nivedita
Anita
ma'am,
Desai. This novel is the story of three siblings, Monisha, Nirod, and Amla. Monisha is very sensitive. Since her childhood, she was married in a traditional family. It is assumed from Monisha that she does the work of a home and give birth to the child. But Monisha, unfortunately, cannot birth the child, so she always tortured in her family. She cannot adjust in the family. She lives alone and not talk to anybody. She also does not get any love from her husband. At the end, she commits suicide. The next character in this novel is her brother Nirod. He searched a job, but he was not satisfied with his job. And the third character in this novel is Amla, her sister. Her attitude towards life is optimistic. She succeeded in her life. The keywords of this research paper is mental torture, loneliness, barrenness, detachment, pessimistic view of life, and dependence. Introduction. Anita Desai is a very famous Indian writer of 21st century. She was born in 1937. She understood very deeply the complexities of life in our Indian society. She showed in her novel the difficult situation of women that they have to suffer. She peeped into the core heart of women, which showed in her novel. Anita Desai's novel Voices in the City is the second novel. In this novel, she showed the situation of Kolkata city. This is progressing towards modernism, but the people of Calcutta city they find themselves unable to adjust in this kind of atmosphere. In this novel, Voices in the City, we see the theme of love and barrenness. In the whole novel, mainly there are three siblings, Monisha, Nirod, and Amla. Monisha is the eldest among three siblings. Monisha married to Jivan in a traditional family. Monisha is very sensitive. She is very emotional, but her husband Jivan is not emotional. He is insensitive. He does not care for the feelings of his wife. He thinks that the work of women only to cook food and bear the child and serving the food and cutting the vegetables etc. Due to this outlook of Jivan, Monisha's love relationship between her husband is totally destroyed. Monisha is very sensitive. She does not express her feelings before any member of her family. So nobody could understand her feelings. Her husband is busy in his job. He does not give sufficient time to Monisha. So Monisha feels in her life totally barrenness, completely barrenness. Nobody want to understand the feelings of Monisha. So Monisha feels herself frustrated. He cannot find in her traditional family even a separate bedroom. When she was in her bedroom, her sister-in-law comes and demands something. She cannot bear the child, so she is always tortured in her family. She wrote all the tensions and her feelings in a diary. After her death, her diary was read by her sister and brother. After this, they came to know that Munisha was in anguish atmosphere. Due to her frustration, Munisha poured upon her kerosene oil and burnt alive. So we see that in the life of Munisha, there was completely barrenness. In the novel Voices in the City, the character is Munisha's younger brother, Nirod. We see barrenness in the life of Nirod also. In the starting phase of his career, Nirod tries several attempts. He started a magazine of his own and writing plan. But unfortunately, his attempt to start magazine unsuccessful and his play was rejected in a theatre. After this incident, he compares the city of Kolkata with the goddess Kali, who is the goddess of destruction that kills creativity and self expression. After this failure, he feels barrenness in his life. After this creativity and self barrenness in his life. After this failure, he feels barrenness in his life. After this incident, Nirod did the work of a painter under the leadership of Dharam, but Nirod at last did not able to understand his motivations. After this failure, his mother wanted to help him financially, but he rejected. After this, he thought if Goddess Kali has the power to destroy, she also has the power to preserve. What is important? So we see in the character of Nirod, there is also barrenness. The third character in this novel is Amla. She too has to struggle for her job, like her brother and sister. In the first phase of her life, we see pessimistic views. She feels barrenness and emptiness when she has to faces many failure in her life. First, she faces Dharam and he has a greater effect on her. Amla also was very excited for her work, but when she saw Dharam, who treats his daughter poorly, she left the job. After losing the job and death of her sister Amla, again feels barrenness in her life. After some time, she found the work of translation Panchatantra. When she found this job, she was very happy. She again sees the optimistic view of life. Conclusion. In this way, we see that all the protagonists in Voices in the City, they were dissatisfied their routine existence. We see love life of Munisha. This is mismatched. She cannot express her feelings before anybody, even in front of her husband. She feels herself like a prisoner. She admits Munisha feels like a bird in a cage, like a bleeding heart too. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Your name was not assigned in this session, but you have presented. I would like to invite Gitanjali ma'am for her valuable feedback. Ma'am, please.
Yes, Sushilji. Nivedita ma'am, though we have taken
Yes.
up your presentation, you need to confirm and tell the organizers that you are presented in our technical session because I don't have the details for your paper. Anyhow, I'll just briefly ask you two things about Anita Desai's novel Voices, in the City. Can you comment
Yes.
on the ending of the novel?
What is, ma'am? I have not heard.
Ending of the novel.
Ending of the novel
What
is
happened?
that at the end of the novel, Monisha commits suicide because she was very frustrated in
Mm-hmm.
her life.
Hmm.
And her brother, brother and sister, they were also frustrated. So the whole theme of the novel is frustration and barrenness.
Baroness. All right. I think as you have given us a detail, almost a kind of a summary of the novel, it is all
Yes.
about the fragmented self. We have referred to Manisha, and it is basically on the feminine repression and depression, alienation, loneliness.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Right. Any other psychological in-depths which you can figure out in the novel other than the feminist strains? What about
Psychological.
the patriarchal society, how it is depicted? Why this protagonist, ultimately has to end her life towards the end of the novel? What does it show about the patriarchal society? How will you interpret that?
I have not heard again, madam. Question, please repeat.
When the protagonist, commits suicide, Monisha commits suicide in
Yes,
this
yes,
novel,
yes.
right?
Commit suicide.
What does it suggest? What does it tell us about the patriarchal society?
Monisha tells us about the patriarchal society that in our Indian society, the people they are very old, related to old thought, and they were rooted to their traditional feelings. So this is the main reason that Monisha commits suicide because she cannot adjust herself in her life.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Dr. Monica Raina, Assistant Professor of English, LBS Government College, Saraswati Nagar, Shimla, whose title is An Ecofeminist Critique of Margaret Atwood's Surfacing. Please.
With the kind permission of the chair, shall I read my paper?
Yes, yes, of course. You can start with your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good evening. My topic
Good
is
evening.
an eco-feminist critique of Margaret Atwood's Surfacing. So I will begin with the introduction. Thereafter, I'll take the critical analysis of the novel and I'll come to the conclusion. So, ecofeminism emerged as a product of the peace, feminist, and ecological movement of the late 1970s and early 1980s. Ecofeminists aim for a liberation of women as women. According to the ecofeminist, one also needs to realize the interconnectedness of all life processes and hence revere nature and all life forms. Humans should not only try to control nature, but should work along with it. Both women and nature are degraded by the male rush for growth and profit, but women are striking to they have started to fight back. Carolyn Merchant believes women's defense of a healthy home environment can be an important source of strength for green politics and help it challenge runaway capitalism. The work of these writers, thinkers, and activists is similarly concerned with the connection between women and nature. Ecofeminists agree that domination of women and the domination of nature are interconnected to each other and that environmental efforts are therefore integral with work to overcome the oppression of women. Growing protest against environmental destruction and women's oppression point to the fact that they are deeply interlinked. Women protested against ecological destruction, threat of atomic destruction of life on Earth, new developments in the genetic engineering and technology. They discovered the connection between domination and violence against women, the colonized non-Western, non-white people and nature. It has led to the realization that liberation of women cannot be achieved in isolation from the larger struggle for preserving nature or ecology and life on this planet Earth. The works by feminists Susan Griffin, Mary Daly, Karen Merchant, Inesta King, Errol Kale, Karen Warren, Val Pluman, and others highlight the fact that ecology is a feminist issue. The connection between nature and women are highlighted in order to understand why environment is a feminist issue. In the sphere of literary studies, the main center of feminist theory on ecofeminism have been French and Anglo-American statements to their own use. However, the Canadian writer Margaret Atwood is prolific in her creative writing about eco-feminist concern. She is one of the most influential contemporary writers. She reflects upon the state of women within a particular culture, that of a white Canada. Surfacing 1972, her groundbreaking novel expresses the politics of gender within the complex map of sociological rethinking and anthropological re-examining. She is a prolific writer and is not only a great novelist but also a poet. I will skip all this and I will straight away come to Surfacing. Surfacing, Margaret Atwood's second novel, according to American Bear, I quote, is the ultimate cry of human pain. Although it has a simple story, it is widely recognized as a powerful and seminal text and has been accorded almost a cult status in contemporary Canadian culture and literature. The nameless heroine, who we can refer to as H in the novel, is a woman in her late 20s. H travels to the island cabin in desolate northern Quebec, where she had spent her childhood in search of her missing father. In the course of a few painful days, the truth about her own self as well as her life surfaces. She returns to look for her father, who is reported to have vanished. In fact, she has totally cut herself off from her family and her roots. The reason for this separation is her past relationship with a man who is not only a liar but is also a cheat. He was already married and had children. Still, he had lied to her and exploited her innocence, made her pregnant, and then refused to marry her. She cannot face this reality. She imagines that she was married to the man and had a child with him. Also, she had later lost to the husband whom she divorced. During her search for her father, she comes to feel that in order to be one with nature, she has to shed her clothes to eat the natural food like carrots and wild roots. She also has to live naked. She surfaces after realizing the truth about her. Trauma is interwoven with the environmental degradation and exploitation of the pristine island. Hence, in the end, when the role is replaced or reversed, the quest of the is complete. For most of the novel, she appears as an unreliable narrator, but reader starts to believe her as the novel progresses and her search is over and she discovers life. Surfacing not only presents the exploitation and victimization of women by men, it also highlights the victimization of men, children, unborn babies, artists, animals, birds, nature, and of course, Canada. Now, I'm coming to the conclusion. Now, I'm taking surfacing seeks to establish that the two sexes are complementary and integral to the natural universe. Language too is important, hence it speaks for a happy, harmonious coexistence between the sexes and with nature, which not only includes human beings but also the flora and the fauna. Cannot hide or escape from society. She has to reintegrate with it. Has to bring to the world the first true human. It must not be born allowed. Thus, nature heals her, and on certain conditions, she returns to civilization. First, refuses to be a victim, and second, she refuses to compromise. Third, she refuses to give into Americanism, and last but not least, she refuses to speak the language of exploitation. Earlier, lack of friends was suggestive of the lack of deep feelings and the rootlessness qualities imbibed from urban life. Now, is able to connect and is ready to be committed. Hence, she is poised for a return into the city with Joe as the healed messenger of hope. All these terms, values, conditions, and changes within her are to be perpetuated through her child to change the immediate environment. Thus, seen from an eco-feminist perspective, the novel lays bare the damage done to nature on account of humans' thirst for power and of their greed. In the novel, identifies herself with the benevolent aspect of nature and renounces materialism. She strikes back at Americanism, and the novel ends on a note of hope for the establishment of nature-centric human race and consequently for a possible redemption of humans. I am quoting, "The lake is quiet, the trees surround me, asking and giving, nothing," unquote. Surfacing is a battle cry for the restoration of ecological balance and for harmony. Therefore, the agency of women in endeavors of protecting the environment is extremely significant. The nature that women wishes to protect is the living Prakriti. Is Prakriti, and she completes her journey to Shakti. According to Prem Kumar Marshall, to Atwood, I quote, "The Wordsworthian romanticism that pervaded in the 19th century in Canada made nature appear as a kind mother or nurse who can guide humans if they would only listen to her," unquote. Also, Atwood does not advocate separatism. It is also against eco-feminist philosophy. I'm ending it. The masculine principle Purusha in conjugation with the feminine principle Prakriti creates in the world, and only together can Purusha and Prakriti sustain it and thereby themselves. Thank you very much.
All right. Very nice and deep analysis of the text. I would like to ask you one thing. How do you perceive abortion as a symbol of alienation in the text? That's one thing I think you have sketchily mentioned.
Yeah, ma'am, when we see, abortion is not the abortion of a child only, or the infant only, or the fetus only. It's the abortion of the feeling, because we relate women as the Prakriti.
Right. And apart from the other, themes which you have mentioned here, there are some colonial undertones as well in the
Yes,
text. They
yes,
also surface out, along with a
yes, ma'am.
rejuvenated self of H as the
Yes,
protagonist you have
yes.
mentioned. And what are those other themes which surfaces out?
There is this theme of alienation which we have already talked.
Right.
Then the what we call that a word I am forgetting, but this is the American concept of when you hoard for things, when you go for things, hoarding of things, hoarding of relationship. When you go for these things, everything is marketed, everything is materialized, everything is put it in the way of a commodity. Women are treated as an object. So for that,
Okay, objectification of women in that sense.
yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much. Right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Monica Raina, Assistant Professor of English, LVS Government College.
Sir, I had already presented.
Raj, PhD English, Sardar Patel University,
Topic
Madhya
is
Pradesh, India, and is caste, religion, and politics as barrier to sustainable development. A critical examination of Arvind Adiga's novels in the context of global sustainable goals. Dr. Bipin Raj, please
A
present
very
your
good
presentation.
afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Okay, you are audible,
Hello.
sir.
Hello.
You are audible. Audible, sir. Audible.
Okay. A very good
You are speaking.
afternoon to chair and everybody.
Good evening. Good evening. You can begin with your presentation.
Okay, good evening. Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is my screen visible, sir? Ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello. Uh,
Audible.
so thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. My research topic is cost, religion, and politics as barriers to sustainable development. Actually, it is a critical examination of Arvind Adiga's novels in the context of global sustainable goals. In its abstract, this study delves into the intricate interplay of caste, religion, and politics in Arvind Adiga's novels, framing these socio-political constructs as significant barriers to achieving the sustainable development goals. By examining Adiga's first novel, The White Tiger, uh, and Selection Day, and lastly, The Last Man in Tower, this research explores how deeply entrenched qualities and systematic oppression impede global aspirations for inclusive growth, reduced inequalities, and just governance as envisaged in SDGs. Through a Gnoseological lens, the paper investigates the em- epistemological intersections between Adiga's literary narratives and contemporary sustainable development paradigms, emphasizing how fiction can function as a powerful medium to critique and remodel societal structures. Adiga's portrayal of caste as a determinant of socioeconomic immobility, religion as a tool of identity, politics, and corruption as a systematic route offers a poignant reflection on the challenges to achieving equitable and sustainable in societies. This research undergoes the potential of literature to inform and reshape global perspectives, bridging the gap between artistic expression and policy frameworks by contextualizing Adiga's works within the framework of sustainability. The study not only highlights the transformative role of literature in fostering awareness, but also advocates for the integration of literary insights into strategies for global development. This interdisciplinary exploration positions Adiga's narratives as critical blueprints for understanding the socio-political realities that hinder the pursuit of sustainable global goals and increasingly interconnected world. So I have the key words of this research work: inequalities, oppression, sustainability, developmental goals, cost, genealogical religion, politics, challenges, gap, etc. Uh, Next, in its introduction, the interplay of literature and sustainable development is a compelling field of inquiry that highlights the capacity of narrative art to reflect, critique, and influence the socio-political realities shaping the world. Arvind Adiga, a Booker Prize winning author, is renowned for his unflinching portrayal of India's socio-economic landscape, where caste, religion, and politics intersect to create barriers to equitable growth. His works resonate deeply with the ethos of United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, particularly SDG 10, which deals with the reduced inequalities, and SDG 16, which deals with peace, justice, and strong institutions. By probing into the societal structures that perpetuate marginalization and injustice, Adiga's novels provide a rich canvas to explore the complex dynamics of sustainability in global world. This research investigates the socio-political structures, construct of caste, religion, and politics as depicted in Adiga's The White Tiger, Selection Day, and Last Man in Tower. These concepts, deeply rooted in historical and cultural context, act as formidable barriers to achieving sustainable development. For instance, caste-based hierarchy, as explored in The White Tiger, remained a persistent challenge in India, obstructing pathways to social mobility and economic equality. Religious identities and communal tensions, vividly illustrated in Last Man in Tower, further compound these inequalities, while the corrosive effects of political corruption permeate all facets of governance. These themes are not merely local but eco-global concerns, making Adiga's works a relevant framework for interrogating sustainability through a socio-political lens. Literature, with its ability to humanize complex issues, offers a unique medium to bridge the gap between.
Please come to the conclusion.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Okay, yes, sir. Grassroots realities and global policy frameworks. Adiga's narrative go beyond the.
Because of shortage of time, please come to the conclusion, sir.
Okay, sir. Sir, I have given some subheadings here as comparative analysis of research study. In its subheadings, cost as a barrier to sustainable development is there. After that, I will only tell you subheadings. Religion and politics in shaping social inequalities, global sustainability and governance. After that, I have also given their comparative perspective with real world data. In its conclusion, to conclude this comparative analysis, actually this is only conclusion of analysis. Further after that, I will go to the conclusion. To conclude, this comparative analysis underscores how Arvind Adiga's novels provide a powerful critique of caste, religion, and politics as major barriers to sustainable development. Through a close reading of Arvind Adiga's novels, sir, I will go lastly to the steps I have recommended in my research that could be taken, steps to be taken to mitigate this men's So to mitigate the barriers of caste, religion, and politics that impede sustainable development, a multifaceted approach is required, addressing systematic cultural and policy-related issues. Below are steps recommended that can be undertaken to various levels. So, sir, these are steps. Uh, Reforming the educational system, for example, promote inclusive education, scholarship programs, awareness campaigns. Secondly, strengthening legal frameworks, uh, uh, anti-discrimination laws, electoral reforms, affirmative actions. Uh, at its serial number third, we can promoting economic opportunities. In this domain, here comes access to resources, skill developmental programs, microfinance, and cooperatives. Uh, and at number four, we have to encourage social integration. In this domain, we have to deal with community dialogues, cultural exchange programs, public campaigns. Fifthly, strengthening governance and institutions. In its domain, there comes transparency in governance, judicial efficiency, independent monitoring. Yes, sir. Hello, sir. At number six, leveraging technology and media. So we have to leverage digital. We have to include digital inclusion, media accountability, social media campaigns. Sir, I am going to next shortly to skip this. I will go to conclusion. Empowering grassroots, etc. Sir, I have also given prospects for future research. I think these domains I could not complete in this research paper. So further research can be done on these points. For example, the prospects for future research based on the theme caste, religion, and politics has barriers to sustainable development. In the context of Arvind Adiga's novels, opens avenues for exploring diverse, multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary comparative domains. Below are some of the key areas, such as we can do comparative studies on literary studies, introduction of literature and developmental studies, gendered perspectives on caste and religion, adaptation studies. We can adopt, we can take films, etc. in this adaptation. Policy, when serial number 5, we have policy oriented research. Six, psychological and cultural impact of inequalities. At 7, expanding the scope of sustainability in literature. And lastly, in its conclusion, this research positions Arvind Adiga's novels as critical texts that unravel the socio-political barriers to achieving sustainable development goals. By examining the intersections of the caste, religion, and politics, it highlights the systematic inequalities that obstruct pathways to inclusive and sustainable growth. Through a Gnoseological approach, the study underscores the epistemological value of literature in bridging grassroots realities with global developmental aspirations. Adiga's works, rooted in the specification of India's socio-political landscape, resonate with universal challenges of inequalities and governance, making them valuable tools for global advocacy and education. By integrating literary insights into the discourse on sustainability, this research advocates for the reimagining of policy frameworks that address the root causes of inequality and foster a more just and equitable world.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think a very deeply well researched paper you have focused on. A few observations here. When we talk about Arvind Adiga's work, especially The White Tiger, it turns out to be a very compelling critique of caste, religion, and politics.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
towards the end of your presentation, you have mentioned that how the sustainable development goals, right? You have mentioned SDG 10, SDG 1, SDG 4, that is quality education, how
Yes,
they
yes.
can be, taken care of in respect to the, Adiga's work. One question, You have mentioned towards the end that reforming the education system, you
Yeah, ma'am.
can attain that.
Yeah,
How
ma'am.
can we do that? What suggestions will you give? How can we reform the education system, or we can promote inclusive education?
Ma'am, actually, as I have given this in my research, that we can make a lot, at a large number of, we can spread the digital technological education, for example, online education. After that, we can integrate different subjects, for example, mathematics, languages, social sciences, and political science. And after that, we can also study the various things so that everyone could get the vast knowledge. And we can also the government should also make some rules which can help these to mitigate these problems, these issues, to
Okay,
resolve
all
this.
right, all right. Thank you. Right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Anupriya, Assistant Professor of English, Government College Bilaspur, to present her paper, Non-Anthropo Perspective of
Very
Ghosts.
good evening, everyone. With the kind permission of the chair, I'm here to present my paper on title of my paper is Non-Anthropocentric Perspectives in Amitav Ghosh's The Living Mountain. This is Amitav Ghosh's shortest work ever, and particularly in this novel, this novella, actually it's a very slender volume. It is notable for its profound literary exploration of the relationship between humans and the natural world. The novella, or the fable for our times, as it is subtitled, is not merely a work of fiction, but can be seen as author's response to his own concerns voiced in his earlier non-fiction, The Great Derangement, about the evasion of the serious issue of climate crisis from the dominant modes of art and literature, eventually resulting the risk of preventing people from realizing their plight. To address this gap in fiction, Ghosh comes up with a fable that Ghosh comes up with a fable that questions the ways in which human beings, particularly in post-colonial contexts, understand and interact with the environment. One of the novel's most important contributions is its exploration of non-anthropocentric perspectives that challenges human dominance over nature and seeks to decenter humanity from the environmental discourse. The Living Mountain was published in 2022, just after the world witnessed the unimagined horrors of pandemic. It invites the readers to reconsider the relationship between humans, nature, environment, and offering a perspective that challenges the dominant anthropocentric worldview. Ghosh's novella introduces a shift in perspectives by foregrounding the agency of natural world and presenting Himalayas as a living, sentient entity. Non-anthropocentric concept in literature, focusing on decentering human experience, is rooted in ecological and philosophical movements such as eco-criticism, post-humanism, and environmental ethics. The text not only challenges the hierarchical relationship between humans and environment, but also urges for the need for more inclusive, non-anthropocentric environmental ethics in the most compelling way. Ghosh challenges the assumption that human interests should take precedence over environment, aligning with the non-anthropocentric perspective, which entails that humans are not the central or the most significant beings in the universe. Rather, it acknowledges the intrinsic values of non-human entities, whether they be animals, plants, or ecosystems, and assert their agency within the world. By highlighting the sentience and power of natural world, Ghosh invites the readers to see nature as an active participant in the world's unfolding and the complex relationship that humans share with them. This is particularly evident in the book, where Ghosh depicts Himalayas not just as environment to be explored, but as a living, breathing entity with its own power, agency, and voice. In a slender book of 35 pages, Ghosh employs an engrossing dream tale to unravel the history of mankind and civilization besotted with a desire to conquer, exploit the nature and its impending outcome, altering the pristine human nature coexistence forever. Indian environmentalist Ramchandra Guha, in his book Environmentalism, A Global History, criticizes capitalist notion of development and argues that the ecological crisis in Himalaya is not an isolated event. It has its roots in modern materialistic civilization that has made man the butcher of the earth. Amitabh Ghosh revisits the Anthropocene in the backdrop of native ecology through the fictional scenario through a simple story of humanity rushing towards environmental apocalypse in its greedy attempt to tame the mysteries of nature. The narrative pattern of the living mountain comprises pictorial representations along with strong elements of mythology and realism. The text opens with two illustrations of mountain depicting its two faces. One illustration shows a visible mountain with a flowing river and a tree. Another sketch reveals the hidden eye of the mountain that perceives everything, thus combining the element of realism and mythology. The story commences with an unidentified narrator with his book club buddy, Mansi, searching and digging for the term Anthropocene. The term, introduced by Paul Curzon and Eugene Stromer in the year 2000, is referred as geology of mankind. It indicates that the present epoch is human dominated with escalating human effect on global environment, thereby converging human history and environmental history. Alluding the geological epoch to humankind suggests an indispensable combination of physical science and social science, as human activities are seen as the primary geophysical factor behind the planetary climate and environmental change or crisis. Amitabh Ghosh, though has a vast body of work discussing mankind, history, and environment obliquely, has taken up the issue in most direct manner in the present text. The narrator records the uneasy conversation about the term. I quote, "What on earth does it mean? I don't know," Mansi confessed, "but I need to know out. I need to find out." "But Mansi," I protested, "it sounds like a made up word." Unquote. The term Anthropocene confused both the narrator and Mansi, and their search for the term forms the narrative structure of the short book. In the beginning only, the non-palatable term, seen as horrible and disgusting by the two, prepares the reader for the unsettling tale. Later, Mansi happens to read a book about some poor people on a remote island who suffer a terrible fate. It results into a nightmare. From this point onwards, the fable takes the form of an archetypal dream allegory of environmental catastrophe caused by the reckless human activity. In her horrible dream, Mansi, as a young girl, dwells in a valley that was home to a cluster of warring villages, under the patronage of an immense mountain, Mahaparvat, the most alive of the mountains. As told by their ancestors, they believed that it would, I quote, "it would protect us and look after us, but only on one condition, that we told stories about it and sang about it and danced for it, but always from a distance." Unquote. And they were also directed to never, quote, "on any count set foot on the slopes of great mountain." And as an unwritten rule, they were also directed that strangers have to be kept away from entering the valley. It is such
Please
myths
wind up.
and rituals that help the generations of natives to protect their societal and environmental values. The great mountain not only sustained the basic needs of dwellers but also stood as a consolidating force for the clashing villages, a unifying principle when always looked for. The Mahaparvat, a living entity with its divinity, rendered the bliss of physical, mental, and ecological well being, as Mansi recounts. I quote, "We knew in our hearts that our mountain was a living being that cared for us." Unquote. The text explains how ideas of reverence, ownership, responsibility in the collective human consciousness underlie their relationship with the natural world. The Ghosh portrayal of the mountain not only as a physical entity but a spiritual entity. It holds deep cultural and religious significance for the indigenous communities who have a deep respect for the mountain and who believed that it has its own rhythms and its needs. The perspective challenges the commodification of nature and calls for a more respectful and holistic understanding of the world. The mountain in the novel emerges just not as an object of human fascination, but also a subject in its own right. It's a living being that carries memories and significance beyond human history. The villagers traded the gifts of mountains with visiting merchants from lowlands during the trade week every year, but they were not allowed to enter the valley. The inhabitants were content with what they had, and they used to host a ceremony of gratitude to thank Great Mountain by enchanting prayers, making offering, dancing, feasting. Through stories, songs, and dance passed down from generation to generation, the valley dwellers ensured the continuation of culture of sacredness and natural heritage. The most skilled elderly women, called adepts, had a special power to communicate with the mountain as they danced and felt the mountain speaking to them through the soles of their feet. In this pristine world, the harmonious coexistence of human and non human entities of nature.
Please
It
conclude.
came. Okay, sir. Just 2 minutes. I'm just talking about how everything that happened in the story afterwards is actually a very familiar tale of colonization. And Ghosh here talks about the army of anthropoi who arrives in the valley and they disrupt the harmonious way of life of the natives. And somehow they also got in the lure of the ascents to that mountain. They wanted to harvest all the riches of the mountain and all the things, all the produce of the mountain, which were we just talked about as gifts of mountains from Mother Nature to the natives, they were just reduced to the commodities. And this paved the way for capitalism and colonization as well. And then the chaotic conditions of Mahaparvat happened, and there were some avalanches, and it was taken as some hints of the impending catastrophe. The terrifying transformation of the living mountain from sacred divinity to hostile element of nature hints at the sinister future course. The great mountain turned hostile. The people implored native people to recall their beliefs, the indigenous knowledge, and only the old adept, came for the rescue, and she admonished the human beings for exploiting and misusing natural resources of the living mountain. But now the great mountain, it was given agency by Amitabh Ghosh, and it proved itself to be alive and sentient, and emerged as a resisting force against careless human intervention. The last words of the adept express the apprehensions about the inadequate understanding of nature. She says she understands the rhythm of the mountain, and then she records the response of the mountain as, have you understood nothing of what it has been trying to teach you? Nothing at all. The same apprehension echoes in the book The Nutmeg Curse by Amitabh Ghosh only, when he says it is perhaps impossible to regain intuitive feeling for Earth's vitality once it has been lost, because those who are most powerfully aware of the non human vitality have largely been silenced, marginalized, or simply exterminated by the unfolding of the very processes that lie behind the planetary crisis. So, emphasizing the distorted human understanding of nature, the text emphasized the need for a renewed appreciation for Earth's vitality and underscored the urgency of reclaiming an intuitive relationship with the Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very nicely presented. It was more like, listening to an audiobook on the living mountain. We could actually visualize a number of things from the text. Okay, only a few observations here. Whenever we talk about Amitav Ghosh, his works always calls for a paradigm shift, from domination to coexistence, and it also aligns with contemporary movements, for sustainability and ecological justice. So, only one question. Can we term this work of his as an eco-fable?
Actually, it is subtitled as a fable for our times.
Okay, so we can add, another prefix to it by saying that it turns out to be an eco-fable.
Yes, actually, Amitabh Ghosh actually has written this book. What I have perceived through his assertions in his interviews, that somehow he felt that there is a gap when fiction writers are not writing about convincing tales of ravaging Earth. So then in this book, it's a very slender volume, ma'am, just 35 pages, and
Yes.
this fable, and fable means it has all that indigenous knowledge. It has it we can talk about the archetypes here. We can talk
Exactly.
about the long term associations and deep understanding of sacredness of nature that is missing in the modern paradigm.
Yes, even because the living mountains have also been personified here.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, God. for presentation. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. towards green energy sustainability. Dr. Vivek, Assistant Professor of Physics, GC Una. I think he's Sharma, Assistant Professor of English, Government Nehru Sanskrit College, Fagli, Shimla. His title is Seeking Justice for the Third Gender, an examination of the challenges and opportunities. Dr. I think he is also absent. Assistant Professor of English, Patna University, Bihar. His title is The Theme of Imperialism and Identity in Amitav Ghosh's novel, Sea of Poppies. Dr. Vivash, are you hearing us?
I am present here. Very good evening to all of you. And with the kind permission of the chair, I would like to read out my paper.
Your time starts now.
Do I have the permission?
Yes,
So
sir, you can start with your presentation.
yeah. The title of my research paper is Theme of Imperialism and Identity in Amitav Ghosh novel Sea of Poppies. So first of all, I will give a brief outline about the novelist Amitav Ghosh. Then I'll proceed to name some of his novels and the major themes taken up therein. And after giving a few glimpses, analytical glimpses of the novel, Sea of Poppies, I will finally give the conclusion. So, Padma Shri and 54th Gyan Peeth Award, India's highest literary accolade, winning prominent India-born literary figure Amitav Ghosh is the author of The Circle of Reason, The Shadow Lines in an Antique Land, Dancing in Cambodia, The Calcutta Chromosome, The Glass Palace, The Hungry Tide, and the Ibis trilogy consisting of Sea of Poppies, River of Smoke, and Flood of Fire. His most recent book, The Great Derangement, Climate Change and the Unthinkable, a work of non-fiction, appeared in 2016. The Circle of Reason was awarded France Prix Médicis in 1919, and the Shadow Lines won two prestigious Indian prizes the same year, the Sahitya Academy Award and Anand Puraskar. The Calcutta Chromosome won the Arthur C. Clarke Award for 1997 and The Glass Place won the International eBook Award at the Frankfurt Book Fair in 2001. In January 2005, the Hungry Tide was awarded the Crossword Book Prize, a major Indian award. His novel Sea of Poppies was shortlisted for the Man Booker Prize 2008 and was awarded the Crossword Book Prize and the India Gold Plaza Golden Quill Award. He was the first English language writer to receive the Gyanpith Award. Amitabh Ghosh's work has been translated into more than 30 languages. His first extraordinary novel, The Circle of Reason, follows an Indian protagonist named Alu, who, suspected of being a terrorist, leaves India for Northern Africa and the Middle East. Being distinctly post-colonial and post-modern in its non-linear structure and thick intertextuality, it blends elements of fable and picaresque fiction. The Shadow Lines is a sweeping history of two families, one Indian and other English, that are deeply shaped by events following the departure of the British from the India in 1947. The Calcutta Chromosome, a novel of fevers, delirium, and discovery in 1995, represents Ghosh's first foray into science fiction. This densely layered novel offers an alternate history of the discovery of the parasite that causes malaria. His subsequent novels, The Glass Palace 2000, a familiar history centered on Burma between its occupation by the British in 1885 to its independence after World War II and into the late 20th century, and The Hungry Tide 2004, set in Bengal and featuring American and Indian characters. Drawing inspiration from a myth involving the snake goddess Mansa Devi, Ghosh wrote Gun Island in 2019 about a rare book dealer who undertakes a journey in which he must face issues of his past as well as climate change. Ghosh again addressed climate change with Jungle Nama 2021, a retelling in verse of a legend of the Sundarbans region. It includes illustrations by Salman Tour. Man Booker Prize 2009 shortlisted novel Sea of Poppies is the first novel of Ibis trilogy which describes individuals on the Ibis, a ship on the seas of Southeast Asia carrying endangered laborers and opium. In this, Ghosh turned away from his earlier novels' formal experimentation and inches towards a more traditional form of storytelling. In the words of Rajneesh Mishra, the Ibis trilogy is Ghosh's most vehement indictment of the source of imperialism and colonialism. The novel contains a wide range of themes: imperialism and colonial exploitation, commercialization of opium, illegal trade of opium and drug smuggling, human trafficking, mingling of cultures and people of various castes, religion, ethnicity, and nations, contemporary class domination, exploitation, caste biasness, untouchability, environmental degradation, and female subjugation and quest for identity. Divided into three parts: land, river, and sea. The novel Sea of Poppies can also be classified as a nautical novel, travel and adventure fiction. This novel is set in 19th century India, more specifically in 1838 in Calcutta, coinciding with a budding moment for the East India Company's opium trade to China. The East India Company, which practically governed India from 1757, introduced opium cultivation in India at the beginning of the 19th century and forced the natives to replace their native cultivation with opium cultivation in many parts of the country. Sea of Poppies shows how this opium trade created a complex historical moment in India when the histories of slavery, opium trade, British Empire, and migration became interwoven. From the beginning of the novel, we see a tension between the British rulers and the native Indians. The first character we meet in the novel is Diti, a housewife who is married to Hukum Singh, an ex-sepoy. In the book 1, we observe how Diti's life has been variously destabilized by the visible and invisible British colonial policies. Diti and her family are forced to cultivate opium, which provides them with just the minimum sustenance for their survival. Soon the novel is populated with mongrel characters with complex histories who belong to different classes, religions, and geographical areas. We meet Jachari Reed, an African American freedman, Serang Ali, a Lasker, Mr. Bonham, an English merchant, Raja Neil Ratan Halder, a local zamindar, Paulette, a French girl born and brought up in India, etc. The interesting thing about these characters is that they bear a fluid identity. Jachari Reed, who was treated no less than a slave in Baltimore, has suddenly been treated as a white in India. The Lascars like Serangani, who contributed to the building of the British Empire around the world, are treated as slaves. Mr. Burnham, a greedy religious hypocrite, is treated with high respect both by Indians and the British. And Neil Ratan Halder, a local Raja, finds himself in a difficult situation where he cannot fight with the larger than life colonial forces. The novel also narrates the dependency of the British Empire on the opium trade and their inhuman treatment of the local people and environment for the production of opium. The novel exhibits the destructive strategy of the colonizers to accumulate wealth through ecological imperialism. The narration of the story gives us an alternative local perspective to see the British colonization of India. The section ends with Kalua's rescue of Diti from the fire. The second part of the book exposes another tyranny of colonizers, namely the judicial tyranny. Mr. Bonham has Neil, the Raja of Rakshali, arrested on a false accusation of forgery. At first, Neil is treated very well in the prison, which gives a false impression that he will get justice in the court. However, soon the true intention of the court is visible and Neil's property is forfeited with a sentence of 7 years banishment with labor. We also see the dehumanizing treatment of Neil in the prison, which is a symbol of British tyranny. The section of the novel also focuses on the native food shortage as a direct result of the forced cultivation of opium in India. A good part of the novel is devoted to the portrayal of women characters from the lower level of the society. The suffering of these women who already live in a patriarchal society is worsened by the colonial policy, especially the opium cultivation, which depends on the hard labor of women. Another important part of this section is the friendship between Jodu and Paulette, and also between Paulette and Jachari. The final part of the book takes us to the see the which started for China with so many characters from so many different backgrounds.
Please, sir. Wind up.
On board the chief officers of the ship consist of Captain Chillingworth and other two mates, Mr. Kroll and Mr. Jachary, the first and the second mates respectively. Jachary is maltreated by Kroll for his racial identity. Now, most of the major characters of the trilogy are on the board. Neil, Jachary, Diti, Paulette, Jodu, Babo, Naba, Kisin, Afat, Serangali, etc. One thing that hinges their identity is their uprootedness from their own places. In this way, they form parallel identities, each of them with their stories of displacement, who come together by chance and end up forming alliances that transcend social categories, time, and original spatial distances that divided them. This section of the novel sheds light on great resistance shown by Diti, Kalwa, and Afat to the authorities. The presence of Diti and Kalwa in the ship is soon discovered by Bhairo Singh, who wanted to punish both Kalwa and Diti. Diti has found out that she is pregnant with Kalwa's child. One day, when Bhairo Singh tries to beat Diti, Kalwa rescues her again, but accidentally he was thrown one of Bhairo's guards overboard, and as a result, Bhairo Singh tries to flog Kalwa to death. Kalwa, however, manages to break free and kills Bhairo. Afterwards, Kalwa is sentenced to death by Captain Chillingworth. Before the execution takes place, Kalwa, along with Neil, Serangali, and Jodu and Afat disappear on a stolen longboat heading to Singapore.
Please listen to me, sir. Please
Yes,
wind up,
I'm
sir.
straight away coming to the conclusion.
You are taking too much time, sir. Please.
Please, just 1 minute. According to Shashi Tharoor, at the time, Sea of Poppies reads like a cross between an Indian Gone with the Wind and a Victorian novel of manners, and yet Ghosh has managed a sharp reversal of perspective. His ship, with the author's fine feel for nautical niceties, sails in Joseph Conrad territory through water since romanticized my likes of James Clapwell, but whereas those writers and so many others displace the white man at the center of their narrative, Ghosh relegates his British colonies to the margins of story, giving pride of place to the neglected subjects of the imperial enterprise, colonialism impoverished and usually colored victims. He writes with great compassion and empathy about members of the underclass, most of all migrants, the men and women who were to be torn from this subjugated plain, a soil that had to be sown with suffering to yield its crop of story and song. Thank you so much.
Okay, ji, thank you.
All right. So you have given a detailed analysis. Only two observations here. Towards the end, you have mentioned that the characters can also be seen as displaced identities. Two additions
Yes,
which you
ma'am.
can make in here in your paper would be, linguistic hybridity is also shown here, and hybrid identities also, because as a result of imperialism and colonialism, we can relate it to the displaced identities, like you refer to the characters of Diti and Neil Ratan, two important characters. So you can add that linguistic hybridity,
Yes, ma'am.
because there are changes, the language being spoken by the characters, and hybrid identity. That's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Department of Gnoseological interlinkages and their roles in shaping global consciousness through contemporary digital narrative. Medha Kumari, ma'am, please. No, I think she is absent, ma'am.
All right, so
The
you
next
can take up the next presenter.
presenter is Mrs. Nupur Seth, research scholar of economics, BHU Varanasi, and her title is Empowering Women Through Microfinance, a feminist perspective on India's financial evolution. Ma'am Nupur, if you are over here, please start your presentation. No, ma'am. I think she is also absent.
All right.
One is Samiran Dole, MA English, Lovely Professional University, Jalandhar. Her title is Emerging Impacts of Smartphone on Society, an exploratory study. Ma'am Samiran Dole, are you hearing me? Okay, I think she is also absent.
Yes, I can't see her name. Okay.
Last one is Sajid Rashid, PhD research scholar, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar, and his topic is Smith Chughtai's The Quilt, a queer story. I think he is here. Sajid Rashid, if you are
Yes, sir.
hearing me, please present
Yes.
your paper.
Okay, okay, sir. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sajid Rashid, PhD research scholar, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar. My topic of presentation is Isma Chukta is the quilt of queer story. I am presenting my topic.
Sajid, please ensure your video camera on.
Okay, okay, sir. This paper seeks to explore queer identity, its evolution, and the struggle faced by queer individuals throughout history, culminating in the queer movement's emergence in the late 20th century. This paper highlights the representation of queer individuals in Indian literature, focusing on Isma Chugta's notable works like short story Leha and novel Teddy Lakir. These was prominently portray the homoerotic tendencies of their central characters, Begum Jan and her husband Nawab Saab in a story Leha, and Shaman and Romani Taylor in her novel entitled Teddy Lakir. First, I will introduce what is queer. So, the term queer has historically been used as an umbrella term to describe sexual minorities who do not identify as heterosexual. Originally, it was implied in a negative context to label these individuals as abnormal or strange, reflecting social discomfort and prejudice towards same-gender relationships. Its use began to shift in the late 20th century when activists and scholars reclaimed the term, reappropriating it as a symbol of inclusivity and resistance against heteronormativity. The concept of queer sexuality is relatively recent and is used to describe behaviors or identities that do not fit neatly into the existing categories of gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender. Queerness represents a diverse spectrum encompassing all sexual and gender minorities who do not uh, identify as heterosexual or cisgender. Queer theory serves as a tool for exploring ways to create an identity for the LGBT community, which has long been marginalized and excluded by mainstream society and cultural norms. Queer theorists critique social practice and essentialist beliefs that reinforce the traditional identities and aim to integrate oppressed groups into the broader social fabrics. By collaborating with writers, activists, and other advocates, queer theories seek to bring recognition and create opportunities for the queer community. Their overarching goal is to foster an environment where individuals can express their identities and freely and live according to their own terms. In Indian context, queer sexuality has been a topic of discussion since ancient times, yet its expression today continues to face a dilemma icon to families to be or not to. India, diversity encompassing culture, religion, and authenticity, plays a significant role in shaping its varied sexual identities. Unlike Western societies, where discussion about sexual orientation and identity are more open and structured, Indian society generally gives less importance to an individual's sexual orientation or gender classification. India has a long-standing recognition of the third gender, known as Hijra, who are considered neither fully male or female. Hinduism gave unique spiritual power to Hijra, granting them the ability to bestow blessing or curses. Uh, Isma Chugtai belongs to modern Urdu literature. She has played a dynamic role in Urdu short story and fiction writing. She distinguishes herself as a prominent writer of marginalized, disenfranchised, and downtrodden. Chugtai always used to write on taboo subjects like class discrimination, exploitation of women under patriarchal institutions. Her works mostly deal with patriarchy, femininity, and other social issues. Her story Leha also depicts the same dilemma. The protagonist of the story also suffered due to these unfavorable obstacles. It challenges conventional attitudes toward pure individuals during colonial times. The quilt explores the intimate dynamic between two women with an I will take 2 minutes. Explores the intimate dynamics between two women within a repressive but marital structure. Drawing from Chuktai's own childhood experience, the story mirrors that young narrator's confusion about the events she witnessed. Published in 1942, the text emerged at a time when queerness was regarded as a plus in both Victorian England and its colonies. influenced by prevailing moral norms. The narrative centers on Begum Jan, trapped in an emotionally barren marriage to Nawab Saab, and aristocrat more interested in young men than his wife. For Nawab, Begum Jan is merely a status symbol confined to a life devoid of emotional or physical fulfillment. Denied affection by her husband, Begumjan finds solace and liberation in Rabu's sensual massage. These acts, though never explicitly sexual in the text, suggest an intimate bond between the two women. The Zanana, traditionally a symbol of femininity, becomes a space of resistance where Begumjan explores her suppressed desires. This transformation of the Zanana into a queer space challenging the heteronormative and patriarchal confines of marriage. The quilt under which Behunjan and Rabu's relationship is concealed serves as a metaphor for the suppression of female sexuality, especially queer sexuality. While Nawab's homoerotic interests are tolerated and overlooked by society, Behunjan's relationship with Rabu becomes a subject of scandal, exposing the hypocrisy of patriarchal norms.
Please sum up, sir.
I will come to the conclusion. Ahmed Chughtai's contribution to the development of Urdu literature is profound and transformative. As a feminist writer, Chughtai championed women's self-reliance and liberty while also exposing the intersectional oppression imposed by patriarchal structure in her stories. In her short story, Liha, Chughtai presents a homoerotic relationship within the constraint of a heteronormative framework. Despite this, the story stands as a revolutionary work cementing her reputation as one of Urdu literature's most courageous, rebellious, and controversial writers. Through Lihaq, Chutai uncovers the hidden realities of women's bodies and desires which patriarchal society seeks to suppress. In nutshell, the main purpose of queer literature is to explore sexual orientation in relation to natural development, social rules, and essential beliefs. Queer theories aim to challenge and destabilize these traditional identity labels by reinforcing queer as an overarching term that could hold together different identities without being confined by them. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Only few observations here to conclude. As you have already mentioned, a number of themes, queer themes. The particular work has faced a lot of backlash for depicting the same-sex intimacy, and Tugati himself, he was put on trial because it turned out to be, a piece of queer resistance. So you have to mention that as well. And, the story actually critiques the hypocritical societal framework. And how would you see Begum Jan's queerness, the main character of the novel? How do you see her? Her queerness.
Actually, ma'am, Actually, ma'am, when she got married, and her husband named Nawab Saab, he was also he was also has no interest in her, and in the same way, Begum Jan has also no interest in her husband, and she used to associate with her servant named Rabu.
Okay, so we can say that it turned out to be a dysfunctional marriage as depicted here. And to conclude, I think the metaphor, a very strong metaphor, has been used with taboo subjects, the quilt. Okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think all the participants present over here have participated or presented their papers.